I'm so glad I can talk again.
Okay.
Oh.
So apparently we are live. I need to confirm. I see the 9-minute, 52-second version. I see a test that is bullshit. I'm going to delete that.
Delete that first part too.
Not yet. Because so if I take the link here, and for anybody who's watching this, I'm trying to figure out how to get the second part going. And this looks good. So I will try and Hangouts. Oops, that's not the right Hangouts.
I'm gonna go get you pizza.
I want pizza. I don't fucking care about a break. Yes. Okay, so this is good. So. Fuck. Okay, so wow, this is so much harder than it should be at this point. I need 2 different links. One for people to join. Yes. One goes to Wesley. One goes to Chris. And one for people to watch. That's not that hard. No, that really isn't that hard. I don't know why I'm making it that hard, but fuck it. Donate money to help fight cancer. Because, yeah.
Yay.
You guys are back. This is so much harder than it seems like it should be. God fucking damn.
I believe it's Google fucking damn it.
Google fucking damn it now. Metal. I'm really strong, baby.
Okay, I can confirm we're live, so I'm gonna.
We are live.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna update my page.
Yeah, I need a. Can you send me the link, please, sir? Somebody.
You want
I
the link
would.
to watch?
I'm an editor.
I just sent you the link to watch.
All right,
Oh, Dustin, I'm sorry that was rough.
It shouldn't
What?
have been because I basically did the same thing over again.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
I don't either because it's goddamn motherfucking bullshit. Okay, Chris,
Wow.
tell us about Podunk Polymath.
It's a
I am
fucking
still
podcast.
recording.
It's a podcast. The sentiments of a secular, certain secular, screwed up Southern SJW and skeptic. I think I got it all right. I think I got it all right that time.
Alliteration.
I like alliteration. Just like podunk polymath is kind of alliterative. You can say popo. You know.
Nice.
I like that. Popo.
And my call-in voicemail number is 376-POPO.
Looks very nice.
We have 3 viewers again, so apparently the link does actually work.
Yay.
All right, groovy.
Groovy Tuesday.
Holy shit.
I'm just sorry my awesomeness had to short your shit out, man.
Yeah.
Sheer awesome. Can't handle that.
I know. What are you gonna do, man?
I believe it was your awesome rack that shut us down.
Oh God.
It's got a way of shutting that whole thing down. That's right.
Mm.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah.
think about that sometimes when I'm having sex. It's like, can I shut it down? Can I really?
No, that's right-wing Republican bullshit.
Oh yeah. Although it would be cool if you're like the Bene Gesserit from Dune or whatever, and you could kind of govern your own female processes.
Oh boy.
You know, when that was all going down initially in 2014, I literally had to bite I actually was bleeding from my tongue to not make a Benny Gesserit joke.
I know, that's the first thing I thought. I was like,
It's like, yeah, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if I make that joke here, so I'm just not going to do it.
I have not read Dune yet.
oh,
Yet.
I'm sorry.
It's one of my dad's favorite books. He has it leather bound, and he almost named his son Duncan Idaho.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Such a nerd. No, he went with Gifford instead.
to
Oh,
follow the
That is
family
So
tradition,
much worse. Sorry.
which now Lauren wants to hold me to if we have a son.
What?
Yeah.
Please
If
don't.
it's-
What? What's your idea?
Duncan. No, Duncan. That's a badass name. What's wrong with Duncan? That's a strong name.
Duncan Idaho Studley. That's a strong name.
Duncan.
Strong.
Yeah,
So when he
it guarantees a very long life.
when he takes
Right? It's awesome. It's an awesome character.
when he
And lots
fills
of
out
spice.
paperwork, it'll be Studley Duncan.
That would be
Studley
awesome.
Duncan.
So yeah, we're supposed to be talking about my podcast, I think, right? Or are we just
Yes,
talking about anything?
Thank you.
Or
You're
you know,
sober,
my brother's possible stripper name of Duncan Studley.
Chris. You're sober. My wife is sober. I don't think that can
Yeah.
necessarily be said about any of the rest of us.
I
Go ahead.
maybe I should have been sober. I don't know. I thought about getting something before. I was like, no, I want to be a little professional.
Professional.
But
There we
then,
go.
but then this happened. But I'm just kidding.
Show him your dispenser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
What
but you
the
can
hell
talk.
is that? What is that?
Moonshine, apple pie,
It-
shine.
It's moonshine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in Tennessee, so I see that shit all the time.
It also doubles as hand sanitizer.
Oh, that is one of those pumps. That is redonkulous.
Antibacterial.
That is redonkulous. Why are you? I hope you,
They're very
Oh.
proud. Very proud.
Meredith
I hope
is a
you clean
genius.
that thing out first, there, buddy. I don't want to get you any poisoning there.
This is actually for, like,
We
one
have
of
to
the
clarify
top
now.
topics.
Do you have any cute pets?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you have?
We're not
I have
talking
a
about your
chihuahua.
penis.
Well, that's not a pet. That's a lion. That's the untamed lion. But anyway, I do have a chihuahua.
Oh,
God,
okay.
no, not
Awesome.
another one.
It
Name
seems
is
like
Ralph.
every time somebody comes on and they have a pet, they have to show it.
How many
so-
pounds?
How many pounds? I don't know.
How
It's a
many
Chihuahua.
kilos of Chihuahua do you have?
It's a
He's not-
Chihuahua. How many pounds is a legitimate question with them? Ours
he's
is
not
5
a-
pounds.
He's
Do
not
y'all
a tea
smuggle them or what?
The ass.
smuggle.
That's kilo for smuggling. Pounds.
Oh,
for
haha.
So
So
we're
let
gonna
me-
start talking about kids with calves the size of cantaloupes.
Oh no. Who is that guy? Steve? Not Steve King. Is Steve King? Yeah, it's Steve King that said that the Iowa Congress guy. Yeah, I get him and Peter King confused. They're both douche monkeys anyway, so it doesn't really matter. In my opinion, I don't want to put my opinion on anybody else. But anyway, yeah. So I have a podcast, and I am not going to repeat the alliteration because it hurt me a little bit. I'm not the best.
Does it hurt your
talker.
soul?
I have to
a little.
practice them. Yeah. No, it doesn't hurt my soul. It fills my soul with joy and happiness. It's just my tongue doesn't like it that much because I keep.
It's a tongue twister.
Yeah. So yeah, I have guests on there. Mostly it's just me talking to whoever the hell I want, people I like, people I think are interesting. I'm only 6 episodes in. I've
You
had
haven't had us on, so what's that
yet.
say? Oh,
Yet. My first guest was a friend of mine, Jeannie Eichert, who we talked about sex positivity. Second episode, I think, was Ishmael Brown from Angry Black Rant. And he was angry. He was black.
Did he rant?
And he did rant. So, I mean, that happens.
Cover the bases. Good.
Did he make
Yeah.
you uncomfortable as a white person?
No.
Oh, really? Because I figured
No.
that that's kind of what he does. I love it.
No.
He actually doesn't do that. We've tried, and he doesn't.
Yeah. He got bashful.
Aw.
Oh, well, it depends. It
I imagine
depends.
he's a big teddy bear.
We
Not
tried
really.
to get him to.
We know each other fairly well, and we've talked off air, whatever you want to call it. So I mean, we're a little more. We can say a little more shit, crazier stuff than other. Okay, he comes on my show. He just doesn't care. He just talks crazy, like he did on this one. And I've been on his show once or twice. So.
Okay.
Then I had Promoting Secular Feminism on. Those two ladies are funny, even though one of them sadly had to drop out because of work duties. They're looking for another co-host in case anybody's interested. I think they're
For
scouting
which
out.
podcast? So,
Promoting Secular Feminism.
cool. I could totally do that.
Hey,
If
get
I
with
wasn't a total wishy-washy person.
don't. Okay, well, we can get drunk first. The other co-host got drunk all the time. She drank whiskey every episode, so you fit right in.
I have absente.
Oh, is that legal?
Without
Yeah, it is
the
now.
wormwood component, it's legal. Yeah.
It's legal
Okay,
with
that's
it.
right.
Where?
Here.
It's
Lies.
been legal for a couple years.
They changed the law, didn't they?
Yeah, before it was only pastis. Then that was without the wormwood, and now the actual absinthe is legal.
Yeah.
It's really just the
I don't
rusty
drink.
equipment that's like not legal anymore.
Okay.
The bathtubs and
I always assumed it was going to be not, it was going to become legal, and you're going to figure out everything they said was pretty much a joke.
it was. It's
Yeah.
all the rusty pipes and shit. That's what.
Yeah. Of course, that was
That
with
and putting the
bathtub gin and
wormwood with mercury, not a good idea. Not for your sanity, anyway.
No, lead or mercury is generally not a good idea. Who else did I have on? I had the lady and gentleman from Not Another Atheist podcast on talking about Hillary and why she sucks and why she doesn't suck. There's
Oh,
Chihuahua
okay.
right there.
That's a chihuahua butt. Oh, it's a chihuahua.
Yeah, there's the Chihuahua. Okay. Had Cellar Door Skeptics on, as I said before, talking
Okay,
about the
so,
war on
Chris-
drugs.
We can challenge your chihuahua with ours.
Is that Chihuahua?
Whose Chihuahua's penis is larger?
Round one. Fight.
That's not the point.
Yes, it is. Red Rocket. Red Rocket.
You just must snuggle with him.
And
He's
here
also
we
a
have-
deer head. He's not an apple head.
This is an apple head. This is an apple
Yeah,
head
he's
Chihuahua.
cute. Old.
He's adorable, but he's highly annoying.
Rocco just wants my brains.
I encourage you to check out the last episode because I had Ari Stillman and Jeremiah Traeger on, the prophet Jeremiah. That was a really good episode. It was really funny. I don't know if
Nice.
y'all are familiar with Ari or not, but they're hilarious. Jeremiah's just kind of annoying, but he can be funny sometimes. So
And for Jeremiah, who's currently listening, no. I wish.
could be, will
I wish
be.
we had more viewers.
He could be one of our 5 viewers.
It's true.
But
considering we had 6 or 7 in the last half at the end, and 5 now. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No bad.
y'all are doing something. I mean, you're raising money. You're doing it for a good cause. So I mean, shit.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
Getting to meet a lot of cool people too.
you're showing Chihuahua penises, so you can't beat that.
And now Corgi over here.
And there's a corgi.
He doesn't have to be moved towards the camera because he's much, much larger. He's a
That is-
whopping 24 pounds.
That is a big doggy, indeed.
He's a big doggy. Mama kisses.
I wonder if
Technically small still.
Give Mama
Or
kisses.
medium, but yeah.
Oh, there's a good boy.
Oh, lordy. Okay. Whoa, okay.
Wild
Okay,
Amazon cats.
so off of
Yeah.
dogs, since we're now down to 4 viewers. So where's the podunk part come from? Or actually, the
Podunk.
polymath part come from?
Polymath. Oh, it's kind of a joke. I just know a bunch of shit. Useless knowledge, basically, is what it means. I love Wikipedia, and I go and just look up useless knowledge. So basically, it's just me saying I know a bunch of useless knowledge. A fancy way of me saying that.
I went on Wikipedia and read the entire article for rope.
Yeah. Stuff like
And the
that.
COD War. Yeah,
It
but
makes
do
you-
you know which television show had the first toilet?
Come on.
I-
You just
I-
ripped that.
I don't know. I honestly don't know that.
I can't remember the
Leave
answer.
It
Was
to
it Leave It to
Beaver.
Beaver?
Wait
Yeah,
a
it was
minute,
Leave
you
It
don't
to
even know
Beaver.
the answer? You
Yeah.
can't answer the question.
I
Then
forgot.
know the answer. Oh, come
It's
on.
Leave It
Yeah.
to Beaver.
It's a question. She asked a question. She
Legit.
didn't offer an answer.
I was
Well-
chesting. Oh my
Oh,
god.
Wait, no, sorry.
Hello.
Socratic trivia is not a thing.
Socratic trivia. I like that.
Testing. Whatever.
Oh,
Hilarious.
shit.
Yeah, so that's where the polymath part comes in. Podunk parts. I live in Podunk, Tennessee. So sort of the outskirts of Nashville.
That was
Sure,
a
the-
term that I used to say when I was younger, and everybody was really confused because they never heard it before.
So you're really
I
close
realized
to
it was
Tucker
my
Drake,
dad,
then.
who grew up in Illinois. He used to say podunk.
Yeah, it's an interesting word. That's why I like it. It's got
Good
that
word.
certain sound to it.
Yeah.
And yes, I am close to Tucker Drake. In fact, we hang out sometimes, and I've been on his podcast a couple of times.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, we're pretty good friends. And I'm trying to get him to go with
Funny,
me to
'cause
see
he didn't
Shelley
mention
Segal
you.
tomorrow. Shelley
Oh
Segal
yeah,
performing tomorrow here in town. So
that's
he had
cool.
talked. He had talked about wanting to go, and then I just found out I got tomorrow off, which I rarely get. So I might go, even though it's kind of late. I might still go, just for the hell of it. I need to get out of the house more anyway. I'm too much of an introvert,
Mhm.
you know.
I know what that's like.
Obviously, since Facebook is pretty much my social thing. If it wasn't for Facebook, I'd probably just sit on my ass and not do anything. Well, that's what I'm doing anyway, so it's not like it's any different.
Well,
You're
yeah,
just
and-
being
and
more outgoing about it.
seriously,
Yeah.
I know how to get out of the house, but then I met Lauren and started a relationship and got married. And why would I want to now? Have you seen?
Yeah.
I'm up here, Mister.
I mean,
I'm
have
up
you-
here.
Oh,
Says the person who
Wow.
just got distracted by her own tits and said chesting. Yeah.
I would not mind for a day having some boobies. Just saying. Just
They're
to kind
pretty
of
awesome. Yep.
play with them all
Fun.
day.
What are
Yep.
you talking about? I have them already, so fuck it.
Oh yeah,
And then
I
you
do
got
have.
with Meredith? Wesley.
Huh?
Well, he doesn't need Meredith. He's got plenty of his own.
yeah. I got some moobs. Mine's spread out a little bit when I'm laying down, so it's not as noticeable.
Like
I got-
butter.
That's right, baby. Oh yeah.
It's all right.
Oh, awesome. We're
Okay,
down up
so-
to 5 viewers. Okay.
So
I'm
what kind
pulling
of
them in, man.
topics? What kind of topics do you cover in your show?
Like I said, the first episode was about sex positivity and body positivity, which I think is extremely important because of our puritanical society, and we're so obsessed with not seeing other people's boobies and hoo-has and such, and we throw a fit if we see a boobie in public because somebody's breastfeeding. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yes.
You know,
It is. In fact, I just saw. Oh, here in Boise, we're actually having a protest thing apparently this weekend that all of our friends are probably at right now. Instead of listening to us. Smart choice. Where Idaho has a liquor law. Says you can't serve liquor if there is like certain pornographic stuff going on. Well, we happen to have a group of theater people who do burlesque, and they're like, "That's not fair."
And the law is you can't show
oh
any of the female breasts below the top of the areola
my
if there is
God.
alcohol being served.
So
What is?
they're
I don't
they're
understand the
protesting that.
logic there.
Did they do testing? Did they get somebody with like, okay, not yet, not there.
They
Break the law
have
for that.
undercover
Undercover
agents
cops.
showing up to these events to check. And if they've got pasties and there's booze, they're in trouble because There's boobage below the areola showing up.
And that's ridiculous. I mean, that's just
It
makes
really
my
is
brain hurt.
ridiculous. And
So that makes 80s D&D manuals pornography in Idaho.
Good
Only
job.
if there's alcohol.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can do topless outside of Boise if there's no alcohol. And if it's in Boise, you can do topless with pasties.
because men can't be held accountable for their own actions.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, you might want to just put burkas on them and be done with it. Shit,
Boobs
that's
and
Oh, they
you.
freak
Sexy.
out with the women in burqas because we do have a large refugee population here. We are one of the national refugee cities.
Woo!
Oh, I didn't know.
And people freak out when they see them on the streets in burqas.
Lord.
Yeah, so they're either making them strip or making other girls cover up. It's all fun.
Right.
A writhing
messed up.
potato sack.
So I fully support my friends who are down there right now, seeing the burlesque show. Not that
Yeah.
it's my cup of tea, but
You must have the government mandated amount of objectification before you can enter this city.
exactly,
Yep.
exactly.
Can't show
Oh, that's
too
nice.
much skin, can't show too little skin.
Besides, we know all
Fantastic.
the legislatures go across the state line for that.
Well, they do that here too, though.
Across the
I
border.
think they have,
Talk about
I think
Nevada.
they have similar laws. You can. It's BYOB on the strip joints or whatever.
Bring your own boob.
Really?
See, now you're talking about the boobies.
I
See?
would do well. I would do well.
Bring your own boobs. Now, bring your own booze. I mean, you can't, like you said, you can't buy alcohol there, but you can bring it in. I still don't understand the
That's
logic
weird.
behind it.
See, in
Doesn't
Idaho,
make-
that would still be questionable as to whether or not it's legal. Because the law is that vague. If
Which
you,
is why they're trying to get it shut
yeah,
down.
if you bring your own, it might still be illegal.
It was originally for movie theaters who were starting to sell beer at
Yeah, they do that here.
movies for rated R movies. They didn't want people getting drunk and watching rated R tiddlywinks.
Because they're going to go in crazy and just start tearing up the place.
Yeah,
Because
they're
Or-
gonna have to patch all the
fucking like
holes in the
animals.
screen.
They're gonna go all Pee Wee Herman on everything. I don't know.
So can we go see like a Disney movie and bring alcohol? That's fine, but
Yep.
Yes.
if it's R-rated, all of a sudden
And
it's just
thank God for that.
Oh,
Because who's gonna sit through Frozen again?
if it's
Unless they can have a
I
really
would-
strong
I would
stout.
actually- right. I would need alcohol for that. Exactly.
if it's
Actually,
frozen, you can
you
do
guys know
shot
the two
after
people
shot after shot.
The movie Frozen.
If
Hey,
it's-
you can do
I know.
Frozen
if it's-
daiquiri tie-in. Actually,
You can do frozen daiquiris while watching Frozen.
yeah.
But if it's a movie like Titanic or Dukes of Hazzard or one of the others, is PG-13 with just a little bit of titty showing. Nope, can't have any booze there.
Do you
Well,
guys
that's
remember the two
PG-13.
famous people that got shot in theaters?
Lincoln and somebody.
The guy that was sitting in front of Pee Wee Herman.
Oh, that's
Oh, Wesley.
Ooh, that was painful. That was painful.
That was
You know,
awesome.
if you're drinking beer in theaters, that's what's going to happen, man.
Thank you for calling Dial a Historical Joke. Call back tomorrow to Dial a Historical Joke.
Have you never heard of whiskey dick though?
I actually feel for the guy, so no, I can't make too many
Leave
jokes.
him alone. Who cares? Who cares? Now we don't need that. We got porn on internet now. You don't have to worry about going to the
We don't
theaters.
need that. We got hair gel now.
I have not met anybody who was a child in that era who cares at all. It's all adults who are like, ugh, and it's we have internet. Yeah, exactly as
Well, we
as you
watched
say.
the the newest Pee Wee Herman movie over
yes,
here
yeah.
with a couple of friends, and we were talking about, wasn't he like a child molester or something? Like, no, he was not. He never touched children.
He
He
was
was
just
innocent.
He
Yeah,
checked
he-
in a porn theater like everybody else did.
yeah.
And when I told
Everybody
them that,
knows.
they were like, "Oh, well, that's no big deal." Like, exactly.
Yeah.
He just because he was who he was. If it was anybody else, you wouldn't have heard anything about it. You know,
Exactly.
because it's fucking Pee Wee Herman. Apparently, he's not allowed to have any sort of sexual desires at all. I mean, it's ridiculous. Well, you know, I'm just saying. I mean, Pee Wee's got to get his Pee Wee off too. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying.
He prefers to call it his General Herman.
Oh,
Already? Holy crap.
Already, because we lost a whole lot of time trying to get the second part going. I am so sorry, Chris. We will have to make this right by having on Atheist Nomads here soon.
that's cool.
Wesley,
Yeah.
make that happen.
Okay.
Hey,
Send me a
okay.
message.
Focus.
All
Oh my
right.
God, we're out.
Hand!
Trying to get my camera to focus back in.
3D.
Okay, so we are at the top of the hour, which means I need the correct mouse. This is a mouse. This is not a microphone. This is a microphone.
I tell you, 2 mics are a dangerous thing, man.
Two
That's
mics and
too
two
much power
mouses.
for one person to handle.
I have 2 mice, 2 microphones. I've got a third microphone there and a third mouse there. This is totally dangerous.
And his like 8th beer.
Righto, Beck.
Like 10th beer,
10th
actually.
beer.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
We're-
All
welcome.
right.
Yeah.
Are
So
you all focused in?
I am focused.
Not
we
you.
have
No, I'm focused.
the last donation we have is still from Sam Mulvey at $42.69.
42.
Oh, fuck that
Awesome
guy.
donation amount.
Such an
Our
asshole.
top donation so far is
You don't
Al
need to.
Goodlive.
Oh.
So at this point, if nobody else donates, Al gets 1 copy of The Story of God by Chris Matheson, co-creator of Bill and Ted movies.
Cool.
And Chris Tanner gets the other one, and the other people who donated also get them. Well, 2 of the 3 also get them. So please donate, because the top person gets one, and $100 is the amount to beat. And 2 other random people who donate money towards the Light the Night. Links can be found at atheistnomads.com/live. And yeah, you can be entered in to win an autographed copy of The Story of God by Chris Matheson.
I almost forgot why we were doing this.
And I need to start.
We're doing it for blood cancer, people.
We're doing it against blood cancer, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
What
I don't-
have I been saying this whole time?
Well, yeah, it's a thing that happens because like we'll go to Safeway and I'll be in you know, you do the thing with the device and you press all the buttons and you know they steal all your data, send it to Russia, but eventually you get to the part where the charity thing happens and the cashier has said it so many times it's become rote. Would you like to give $1 for breast cancer? Like, no, I don't really. I don't think breast cancer needs my help, to be honest with you. If you mean money to fight breast cancer, yeah, totally. Yeah, I'll hit that button. But
And then the cashier just looks at you and says, "You know what I meant."
no, usually the next word is security.
Yeah.
Okay, so for this hour, and if you want to donate, atheistnomads.com/live, you can find the links and the widget and all that cool stuff, as well as the link to the video that you're currently watching. Obviously, if you are going there, this is getting weird. We have Robert Ray and his team from Secular Yakking.
Yeah, secular
Robert.
yakking.
And team, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
guys. So I suppose I should introduce the team since the team has changed in the past couple weeks. First, we're going to introduce Tom Essel, who is one of my co-hosts, who's probably on your screen right now.
Hello. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's working. Excellent.
Yeah. We were kind of worried about that. And sitting directly to my right is my daughter, Carrie, who recently joined the Secular Yakking team as well.
Hi.
Yay!
Welcome, Carrie.
Welcome
Thanks.
to the team of yaks.
Yay.
Yes, we yak. That's what we do.
Have you ever eaten yak, Carrie?
No.
No.
Have you ever been licked by a yak?
Mm-mm.
Harry.
We know a place where we
Oh.
can make that happen.
It can
What?
make your dream
can
come
make
true.
That can be fixed in Squim with being licked by one and the dowels where you can eat some.
There you go.
Sounds like fun.
That sounds terrible.
And I am so
The
sorry.
beautiful Pacific Northwest. where yak in any form can be yours.
Welcome to the Yak Encounter podcast.
I
Okay,
like
so
that.
last
I like
Robert,
that.
last time we talked to you about secular yakking, it was you and your wife talking.
That
So
is
what
correct.
has it turned into now with the new crew?
Well, Amy decided to take on some other projects. She's probably going to start writing a book here shortly. So,
Yeah.
yeah, which is cool. We'll see how it goes. So now we're still secular yakking. We've changed up the format just a little bit. It's no more just this back and forth banter like we used to do. Tom and I haven't perfected that. We haven't been together long enough.
Soon.
Someday.
Soon.
Yes. So we still do a couple news stories, and we used to have the Mr. Potter Award, which we still do, but with Tom's expertise in history, we decided to alternate weeks with my Mr. Potter Award and Tom's Yak from the Past.
I wouldn't call it an expertise, but
Well,
that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure, Robert.
You're a lot more expertise than I have. Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, it sounds awesome, and it's like would be my favorite part of the entire show now. So don't mess it up, Tom.
Great.
Eyes on you, John. Eyes on
Way
you.
to lay on the pressure, Lauren.
Just a little.
No, I'm
Just
gonna have
no.
like an anxiety attack now.
No, don't do that. History is fun, though.
It
It's
can
always
be.
Yeah.
fun to.
Yeah, Tom seems to make it interesting. I'll give him that.
I do. I try. I try at least. I when I'm putting together my my segment, I just think to myself, what's the one thing that will piss off everyone? And then I do that.
You found
Nice.
a secret.
Remember that time when we lynched a bunch of Native Americans? Good times.
It's good stuff.
And had a mural painted about it. Put it up in an Idaho business. Yeah.
For an event that didn't actually happen. Yeah.
Is it really? a
We have
mural?
our own history person on our team, Wesley, who does
Bonnie,
an excellent
Idaho.
job.
Hi, Wesley. Are you there?
Hello.
Okay,
There you are.
and Robert, what does your daughter do?
So
She's right
she
there. Ask her.
Okay,
Yeah.
Robert Spawn, whose name I have forgotten.
Carrie.
Carrie, what do you do on the show?
Well,
I'm so sorry, Carrie.
it's okay. I mostly just comment on what they talk about. So,
Yeah,
I mean-
don't let them get away with anything.
The snarky sidekick. I like it.
Yeah.
So you bring the post-millennial perspective.
yeah.
That's a good way
Hang
of putting it.
We're being interrupted by some other family members.
Yeah, one sec.
What have I told
Which means
you
the rest
about
of us
letting
should
your
talk,
family in the
so.
house when you're recording?
I know. Well, you let your cat in. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I do let my cat in. He's sitting
Where,
right
where
here.
is Rafiki?
Let's see the
Uh,
Is
cat.
Rafiki going to interrupt us tonight?
Welcome
I
to the
want to
pet
see the
section.
cat.
Right.
That's one of our
Dog.
gimmicks. That's one of our gimmicks is we have the cat. Here's Rafiki.
Oh,
He
It only works if you're talking when you're showing the cute thing,
oh,
like the Rocco Taco in my lap right now.
I see that. Yeah, no, the cat. Whenever we're doing the show, if I put him outside my room, he'll sit at the door and just cry the whole time. So I bring him in the room, but when I bring him in the room, he like insists on jumping all over my stuff. So it's just kind of which do I want to deal with, and so him interrupting us during the podcast has been kind of become like a thing.
And then you have a short break where you're playing Benny Goodman in the background.
He knocks all my stuff over. He's being good. He's being good tonight, though. That's good. I think he knows we're live, so he's like, okay. Because usually we're not live.
For now.
Yeah, we may do a couple live shows in the future. We'll see how it goes.
There's so much pressure.
And so Robert, you're drinking with your daughter right there.
I am. I am actually drinking a hard cider.
which one?
Angry Orchard Crisp Apple.
Oh, very good.
Good stuff.
Very nice.
Check out the Seattle Semi-Sweet also.
All right. Well, I don't drink often, but I just felt like it tonight. So
And I'm guessing you're helping model responsible alcohol consumption.
that is correct because I only bought one.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help. I don't like the taste of any of it, so.
Atta girl. I'm 31
Yeah, I've
and I
taught her
still
well.
don't like the taste of any of it. That is grape juice.
Yes.
With a little bit of
It's
alcohol.
sparkly grape juice.
You can drink a whole bottle. It may
Fermented
put you
grape juice.
into a near diabetic coma, but you can drink it.
It's like unicorn puke.
Okay, so when you're not doing the Mr. Potter Awards, current or historical, what
Correct.
else do you yak about?
Well, we'll do some current events in the news. We'll find something really cool to talk about, something that people generally pisses me off, and I want to yell about it, stuff like that. Carrie gets her own section. We talked about that, though.
What was that again?
Oh, This Week in Secular Activism.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We didn't talk about that because Carrie, all you said is that you comment on the other stuff that's being said.
Well,
You said
well, it's
I'm sorry. What did you say? I couldn't hear you over the sound of cat.
Yeah. I think Becky wants you to see the cat. I think.
Wally.
So secular yakking is now turned to secular catting. Thank you.
I like it.
And Rocco's getting jealous. He's looking around.
Yeah.
Not the right direction because he's special. He has a dent in his head.
Secular catting. I'll download that right now.
So,
Just
Carrie,
wait
tell us
for
about your section.
So tell them about your section.
So when like
Really?
we only did it one time.
No. Okay. So I'll tell you about the section because that's what I do. Her section is mainly about finding a local group that's doing something really, really awesome. The first one we did was the new wall that they want to propose in Arkansas.
Yep.
So the one between the Statue of Baphomet and the Ten Commandments.
Okay.
A wall.
Yeah.
Wall
A wall of separation.
Yeah, that's one of the things we wanted to concentrate on is small local stuff because nobody hears that news, right? That's why we call Tom and I have called ourselves the dynamic duo of obscure secular media. So,
Yes.
A wall. Though,
Yeah.
like a brick wall.
yeah, an actual
Yeah.
brick wall.
That was the
Robert,
plan.
are you suggesting you're kind of underground? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I am.
Okay.
We like it that way.
He's so underground.
I'm so underground, nobody listens to me.
Oh,
Oh.
Well, there are some, there's always other cool groups doing cool things, secular activity, like raising money for blood cancer, not for blood cancer, has been
Fighting it.
previously.
Raising money
Carrying out,
to destroy
blood cancers.
are we getting called out right now for not talking about this?
No,
Maybe, I
no,
don't know.
No.
I'm
I
just
blame you, Robert. This is
Okay,
your
fine,
fault.
fine. I know. I write the notes. I do the show notes. So.
You write the note. I
After
even
the
say,
last-
hey, what are we doing?
After the last guest who popoed, I said popoed after podunk. Anyway, after he popoed or poo-pooed metal, I had to get more metal about talking about blood cancer.
Oh, okay.
popoed.
Makes sense.
I'm sorry.
All right. We'll go
This
with
is
that.
like
That's
my
fine.
10th beer. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I'm
Inebriation.
used to it.
Not cool.
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, that's kind of what we do, and we do it weekly. And we just had a couple weeks vacation. It was nice to get back to the show. So have a good time.
Cool.
Generally, it's ready by Tuesday morning, and I'll release it early if it's ready.
Nice.
Very cool. So you record Mondays or
We
Sundays?
try to record either Sunday or Monday. It depends on how
Okay.
busy my weekend gets. So
Very cool.
As
I
it
do.
happens, a lot of atheists have Sunday free.
Yeah.
It just
Morning
happens to
Yeah.
be a good day. The case of the Mondays.
So another thing that we should probably talk about is, since we're talking about local activism, is the Ray family there did a bit of local activism here in Washington recently.
Yeah,
We should probably talk about that because you've got the podcast, but there's also a project that you guys are involved with.
that is correct. And Tom is oddly enough involved in that as well. He's actually my assistant director.
Oh.
That's little known fact.
everything. You can't get rid of me.
I know. He's just writing
Sorry.
mud coat stuff. So.
How did you try?
Like
I
the
know.
best diseases.
Like cancer.
Like cancer, where you need to raise money to help defeat it? Yes.
You're gonna
Yeah,
have to
so,
do a
after you get
podcast
done-
on to get rid of me.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that. That's what I was just about to say. Maybe Secular Yakin can do a fundraiser to get rid of Tom.
There we go.
Wow!
But
How
what
much
was
will
this
you pay-
project?
How
What's this
much will you
project?
pay me to never listen to me again?
It's gonna be worth at least $5.
At least.
Yeah.
At the
So,
minimum.
yeah. So
All
it's,
Back to the project, I guess.
Yes.
So yeah, we are the director and assistant director of the Original Model Project, an organization dedicated to replacing "In God We Trust" with "E Pluribus Unum," our original motto, obviously.
Which, if you skip Latin class, stands for "from many one."
See, that's why I have Tom.
Ah.
He's my mansplainer. I've only had one.
That's fair. That's fair.
It took a second to get that joke rolling, but man, once it landed, it was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
I mean, you're not even halfway done with it.
I know.
You're already messing up.
This is how much I drink. Half of a cider will just knock me down. I'm done.
Now, Carrie, to put that into perspective, your dad is exercising extreme restraint because I'm on like my 10th beer,
Oh.
and Wesley and Sam are drinking moonshine.
Oh,
No,
Dude,
Yeah.
it has been 8 hours.
Yeah.
I'm still sipping on mine.
8
No,
hours, 15 minutes of drinking. Yep.
I've learned to pace myself on these streamathons. You don't want to go all out and then have to do the last couple hours going, yeah, streamathon. You know, you got to be real careful.
I've been working on pacing myself. I think I screwed up with doing the shot of tequila.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
usually
that's usually a bad scene.
Yeah, whose dumb idea was that?
Mine.
So,
yeah.
the original motto project, obviously, to bring the motto back, and you're getting, one of the things that you've been documenting is that there's this movement going on to put logos on cars, and you've been sort of the go-to person for or at least the go-to organization for responding to that.
right. And I think the reason that is because none of the bigger organizations want to touch it.
Right.
FFRF, AHA, ACLU, they don't really want to touch it because it is the motto. It's already lost in court once, and nobody wants to spend the resources to fight it in court yet, which is a reasonable thing. Luckily, I'm not currently fighting it in court, so.
Right.
Reasonable.
Well, yeah.
That's for the mansplainer thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's the weird thing is it's not going to take. You don't have to go to the Supreme Court in order to change the motto. Yeah.
No, you only have to get Congress.
Oh, so
It literally takes an act of Congress.
So 500 people whose job description requires them to hate us. All we have to do is change all of their mind. No.
What we have to change is the minds of their constituents.
That is what we do.
But the
Because
problem
then-
is 535 people who don't give a shit about their constituents. They only care about their donors.
Well,
care
for
about being
some of them
clowned.
once every 6 years, for the others every other year.
And
Yeah.
because of the way that gerrymandering has worked, their best bet is to be as extremist as possible.
Right.
Politics suck.
I agree.
We're going to do it anyway. I believe in us.
Yeah.
Yay!
I mean, if I didn't think,
Optimism.
if I didn't think I could do it, I wouldn't have started it. So,
Yeah.
just kind of.
But we deal
What
with
I
it a lot at
Flexible.
the local level. The big thing we deal with is sheriffs putting it on their vehicles, or town councils.
We
County
get a lot of that
commissions.
here in Idaho.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. We have a map on our website, originalmotto.us. You can buy things there too.
Cool thing.
Look how slyly you said that.
And we have a map of every police and sheriff's department that's put it up, on their vehicles or has it
And,
displayed somehow.
And
And
EMS.
you- And
That
you added
includes-
that one. And it's basically just a map of the Midwest. Is basically what it is. With a few outliers, but it's basically a map of the Midwest.
Yeah, we just got our first one in Wisconsin
Oh boy.
last week. We got one all the way up in Delaware, Michigan. There's one in Idaho. Trying to think of the outliers.
A couple in
Really?
California.
Oh, we don't have any in California, not sheriff departments. We got
Oh,
a lot
I'm talking about
of
sheriff's department.
councils in California. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think we have it on any vehicles here in our area, but I know it's the signs up in the county council chamber here in Pierce County.
And they put it.
Closest one for us council chamber would be Emmett.
I'd have to check my list, but yeah.
That was the city council.
Yeah.
So I also have a list of all the city and county councils that have it, but that map is considerably larger I haven't got all the. I haven't put all that in yet.
Honestly, less scary because they don't carry guns.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, the response we get from the sheriffs is interesting. Like ground zero for the In God We Trust on police cars things is what, Greene County, Missouri?
Yeah.
And Greene County happened to be the county that I lived in. And so when...
Yes, we can hear Wesley.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
I feel like you should tap along anyway, because that makes it easier for me to tell my story.
I was pretty sure it was dead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's working.
Sam's going to bring the drop here in a minute.
Funny, Dad.
So because I lived in Greene County, I got a hold of the sheriff there, Jim Arnott, and basically said, I don't think it's a good thing that you shouldn't do this. And I gave my reasons why. And he just wrote, so I wrote him this big long email, and he just wrote back, okay. That's all he wrote back to me was okay. And so a friend of mine, Chris McDowell, he wrote the sheriff. And the sheriff told him that if he didn't like it, that he should leave America.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, not even leave Greene County. Like leave.
That's so...
America. Like just get as far away.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was talking to a first grader. Can I talk to your parents?
yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Jim Arnott is one of my least favorite people.
Well, at least they didn't tell him to go fly a kite.
Yeah, who was that? That was
that guy came out of
that was Childress, Texas.
Yeah, and then Hunt County, Texas, told him to go butt a stump.
Go butt a stump?
No joke. Yeah. Yeah.
Not encountered that one before.
Yeah,
no one knows what that means.
That's a
you want to know what that means?
Nobody knows.
It means
going on.
That's when you respond and says,
Wait. Sorry.
I'm writing this article up
Yeah.
for a local media outlet. Could you please repeat what you said?
Yeah. I would just write back for just clarification, like what specifically, how does one butt a stump? Like if
So I looked
if
it up.
one was to go stump butting.
Hang on. I think Robert's got an answer. I'm curious.
Looked it up after this came out, and it's a Texas thing. It's a deep South thing, and it means go fuck yourself.
No.
Literally, that's what it means.
I was gonna say that's like obviously is what.
Oh, I get it. Butt a stump.
Yeah.
Wow,
you know.
is that long?
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Think about it.
And so for comparison, here in Ada County, in around Boise, we had the highway district had a vote to try to add what?
I'm still trying to figure out butt a stump.
You're putting the stump in your butt. I'll just say it. I'll just say what I was
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Ada County Highway District,
Butt a stump.
they had a motion to add legislative-style prayers
Stupid.
thinking.
that would have been in full compliance with Galloway versus Greece. And a number of us from the Treasure Valley Coalition of Reason emailed the members of the board, encouraging them not to. I got a response directly from like the top like actual civil servant in the highway district saying, please show up to the meeting and actually tell them this. He was like begging us to actually come and show up and say, don't do this. They passed it without actually hearing anybody who showed up. And before the next meeting happened, they had enough response that the first item on the agenda for the next meeting was to rescind the decision.
That's good.
It died that fast. They had most of their employees complaining, and like at least 20 people in the area complaining, and that was enough to turn it.
All
It was
right.
amazing. That's the way it should work.
Right.
That's
You
how
got
we-
all these places where it's an elected official, not a board or a committee or council.
No oversight.
It's a single official who gets to make the decision, and it's law.
Right.
That's how
And
we
he's got a
ended
gun and a posse of people with guns.
up- Does he call it a posse?
Some do.
Does
Yeah.
it have
Is
Red
it?
Van
Can
Peebles
you
in
just
it?
threaten them with a lawsuit to get them to knock it off? Or
So the problem is no one they understand that we can't. It's really difficult to sue them. In fact, we went to the FFRF late last year with some citizens who were willing to make a lawsuit against their sheriff, and they told them that they need a sheriff's deputy or a police officer because it's on their vehicles. And I was like, oh, now we're kind of screwed because I've talked.
Oh, wow.
We've talked to deputies and officers before, and they're like, yeah, we would love to, but I can't risk my job.
You're right. Your
They know,
job is
even-
over.
Right. Even if they go anonymously, their career is over, period.
Well, that's what happens when you require standing.
Right.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Bump a stump.
Yeah, bump stuff.
Yeah.
That's going to be new. So that's kind of the problem we run into with it being the motto. It is so difficult to fight. It gets frustrating sometimes. It really does.
And it also opens up like a plethora of other issues. Like we deal with, the First Amendment issue on Facebook, where people will delete our comments and the comments of our supporters, just for criticizing them.
Yeah, these are going to official pages that are deleting and banning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I believe it.
Yeah, it's amazing how just this motto issue snowballs into all these other issues.
Right.
Like I said, like the First Amendment
It
problem.
also seems to be the foundational stone upon which ceremonial deism is built.
Right.
As far as Supreme Court cases about religious representation
Well,
goes.
a lot of people will say that the motto issue isn't an issue, and they kind of ask us why we waste our time on it. But when you actually... Uh-oh, Siri turned on. I didn't turn my phone off. Shut your mouth, Siri. Anyway, what was I saying?
Yeah.
We were talking
I wasn't expecting my phone.
Yeah. Ceremonial deism and the issues that it brings up. You were getting ready to talk about or not, I think. Again.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so ceremony... the phone threw me totally off, man. I lost it.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
So do you ever feel like just throwing in the towel and saying, okay, this obviously isn't the fight that's going to win?
So there's an interesting story to that. Last summer, I was so frustrated, and I was just like so angry, frustrated, right? And I called up Tom, and this was not too long after Tom had joined the team, and I was talking to him, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was such a pep talk from Tom that it's like, okay, this is what we're doing, because we had just started kind of growing on Facebook. We'd get 1,000, and I was so frustrated. But he gave me the pep talk I needed to keep moving, and now we're close to 5,000 members on Facebook.
All right, go Tom.
Yeah, and I've spoke at a couple of conferences in Missouri for the Original Model Project. We're going to be in Sacramento on the 16th.
16th.
For California Free Thought Day. So we're trying to, build a base and get invigorated and such.
Trying to rouse the rabble.
Yeah, you asked if I've ever wanted to quit. No, because fuck these people.
Are you considering meeting the
serious.
friendly confines of In God We Trust America while you're in Sacramento?
I might. Yeah, you didn't think of that, did you, Robert? I already thought of that.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Banned from her Facebook page, by the way,
No.
and her Twitter.
I'm not.
I'm
not. You want my login?
I'll get you banned real fast.
Real fast.
But I don't want to quit because, every time I talk to these people about, here's why I don't think that you should use the In God We Trust motto, they come back with some nonsense bullshit. Like when the guy told my friend to leave America. I mean, that's how ingrained this is in people, how much it really means to them. So I think it's an important fight.
Yeah.
Well, do you have like bumper stickers and stuff that people can purchase to put on their cars? And
At this really cool place called originalmottoproduct.com.
And there's a fun story about that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to tell the story on that.
All right.
Because that's what I do best, just tell weird stories. So there was probably September of last year, maybe? Fox News picked up. Is Becky okay?
She is laughing uncontrollably.
I can hear that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't
we can
realize
hear
it was being
squeaking.
picked up. We'll
Turn her volume down.
yeah.
She is.
Losing it.
All right, back to my story though. So back in somewhere around September last year, Fox News picked up the In God We Trust, and and they were talking about it, and they happened to mention our project, Original Motto Project, but the guy flubbed the words and said Original Motto Product. So about 10 minutes later, I went and bought the website. So originalmottoproduct.com became our store.
Nice.
That was on-
Okay.
wasn't
Becky
that Fox
needs
and
to share
Friends?
her thing.
Becky
will explode if she.
Becky will now explain why she just totally lost it.
Okay.
Did your phone interrupt you too?
My, what large gourds you have. I got my first unsolicited text pic. It's not a dick pic, though.
What is it?
It's a lady in front of an enormous pumpkin.
It's a what?
My first unsolicited pic isn't even a dick pic. It's just a lady at a state fair in front of a pumpkin.
Are you sure you don't know who that is?
Are you sure you don't know who that is?
I don't know who it is.
Are you friends with the pumpkin?
Are you friends with the pumpkin?
Are you friends with the Pumpkin King?
And it's a lady in front of an enormous pumpkin.
Very nice.
I think I'm going to start sending random pictures out to people now. Have fun at the state fair.
Well, sending random
Next
pictures
telephone,
definitely
so we
includes
just get on the
Becky and
direct
Meredith
connect
and
and
list.
type in a number and
Sorry for my joke.
start talking.
Well, that was a nice little interruption.
Ray, you're on focus.
Man.
It's worth it.
Yeah, sorry I stepped away. I was just getting too warm and needed to step outside and cool off a little bit.
That's cool. I was just hoping I wasn't boring you too much.
You're out of
Oh, no,
focus.
not that at all.
You're out of focus again,
So
though.
you bored the camera out of
Hang on.
focus.
I don't know. That's on her thing.
Uh-uh.
Fix that.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's one way to do it. Just turn it off.
Yeah.
So one thing we did over the summer was
The rally?
the rally.
Oh, I
Yeah.
loved the rally. It was
Yeah.
a huge turnout. I loved it. Thanks to everybody that showed up. Yeah, the rally was good fun. That was in a response to Billy Graham's. I don't know. Sam does it better.
Oh boy. Okay. Let me clock my brain back here to the blurb I said. Come to the thing, blah 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 with Billy Graham's son Franklin Graham in his Decision America tour, where he tours the 50 capitals of the 50 states, saying ridiculous stuff about religion and mumbling in bad folk music and buses.
Yeah.
So he's not just doing Samaritan's Purse anymore?
No, he wants to bring godliness and Christians out to vote.
Yeah.
He wants to get
Oh,
them
so
to vote.
When I
he's
did
not
my,
content
oh,
with
sorry.
orphans out in the developing world
No.
anymore.
No.
Oh, so sad.
No, he's dropped the pretense of being nice. Now he's just
Yeah.
One of the reasons that we did that as the Original Motto Project is because part of his advertising uses In God We Trust on it. So it's like, okay, that's enough reason to protest Franklin Graham. Like, I needed more.
Yeah. Yeah, when I did my presentation up at in Columbia, I talked about the Decision American tour, and I called him, I didn't even call him Franklin Graham, I called him Billy Graham impersonator Franklin Graham.
no. Franklin Graham doesn't have the access that his dad did.
He doesn't.
No.
He doesn't have.
Billy-
He doesn't have the charisma either. He's just like
No.
he's a really terrible imitation of his father.
Yeah.
I grew up in that area of North Carolina where Billy Graham is from, not too far from his compound out there in Black Mountain. Yeah, I know all about the fun Billy Graham does. So he's a huge thing back there.
You're gonna fill us in.
What's that?
You're
You
gonna
said
tell
you
them
know all
all.
about their fun.
No, I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Oh, what? Was it like Billy
Actually,
Graham, like,
kid. So it's difficult for me. So all that baptism stuff.
But a lot
He
of
is
the
Southern Baptist.
a lot of the responses we got from across the street basically was of the form of, no, Jesus, Jesus. That was basically what it was.
Yeah. Most of it was.
And I think you
Except
remember specifically because you got it pretty hard.
Yeah, Carrie.
Me? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Would you like to talk about that?
What? Them or just...
Just talk about your experience there, because, you kind of took the stage there.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well.
So take it again, Carrie.
All right. So I did a speech there. Apparently it was very empowering and really good. Apparently. They were talking really. What?
Nope. Continue. I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay. All right. The people that were what?
Walking by the Franklin Graham people. Yeah.
Yeah, they were walking by.
Do you remember what he said to you?
No, it was something on the lines of I remember Mom told me that he was talking about how his kid can't have birth control or something like that.
Yeah, you had just talked about birth control,
Yeah.
and he decided to come up and talk about something in the regards to his wife had an abortion, or now she has kids, and he wanted to take your microphone, or not literally take your microphone, but he wanted
to stop me from talking.
And what happened?
And well, some of you guys said to keep going. I was like, okay, all right. So I figured that was what I was supposed to do. So I just kept talking, and I got even more louder because I couldn't hear myself because he kept trying to talk over me, and it was like, yeah, I can't concentrate with you talking, so I'm gonna go even louder.
That's awesome.
That is the proper response. Just
It's the regular thing to do. If you're being talked over, you go even louder just to make them stop talking. So yeah, I didn't think that was a hard thing to do, but apparently it's pretty hard to do sometimes. I don't know.
Go with the preacher angle next time. You shall.
It's really hard to not get shut down when somebody starts doing that. Most people would just stop.
Unless you have the right person on the mixing board who can just crank it up until you get louder and louder, and they know actually when to stop so you don't start peaking on the speakers.
Well, public controlling feedback in that venue was not
an issue.
Yeah.
Still, I love it when he starts rambling about some random story, apparently, that he had. It's like, I'm talking.
Okay, because realistically, birth control and abortions, if you want to talk about both of those, one has an actual effect to reduce the frequency of the other.
Correct.
Yep.
Wait.
If you provide birth control, there will be lower demand for abortions.
No,
well, that's just my
only.
automatic
Abstinence
response
only works
now.
the best. Everyone knows.
If somebody says that they're anti-abortion, I'm like, oh, so you're pro contraception?
And generally, the answer will be no.
Oh, well then, you have to think about it.
Yeah, there's one thing there's only one thing that works, and it works very well, especially IUDs, because they're this magical thing that you don't have to remember. Yeah. It just works.
Magic.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are past the half-hour mark. We should probably.
Oh yes. So last time I checked, which was right before I stepped outside to cool off a little bit, and I grabbed the wrong mic.
Mouse.
How is it so hard to get mouse and mic right?
This has been going on for 5 hours.
I wasn't even drunk when I started messing this up. I blame you, Sam, with claiming that I had interdimensional skills.
Sam's gone.
He's long gone.
Well,
Sam was never a thing. He just exists in another dimension. You have interdimensional skills for sure.
He's not real, Dustin.
And Sam is still the last person to have donated money. So there you go, Sam. Becky. If you want to donate money to help fucking kill cancer, go to atheistnomads.com/live. Scroll down, you'll find the links. You can donate under either me or Lauren.
Donate under me if you want a coloring book of native plants.
If you want a coloring book on carnivorous native Idaho plants and awesomeness. And the first copy of The Story of God, signed copy from Chris Matheson, co-creator of the Bill and Ted movies, has already been claimed by the first person who donated $50, which was Christopher Tanner. Currently, the top amount is from Alex Goodlive. So if you don't beat him at $100, so $100.01 would do it, then you've got a shot at getting the top donor copy, and then 2 others will be given out. So donate now. We are 46% of the way towards my goal of $1,000.
I'm at 100%, but I had a far lower goal.
And Dustin and Lauren, what's the cent amount still on the current balance that we've got right now?
It is $467.38.
Oh, we're at 38 cents. Ooh.
What?
Yes.
We had 2 69 centers.
Oh, that's right.
Wesley did $50.69.
Really hoping to raise 666.
And Sam did $42.69. And I would have set the goal at 666, but
We wanted to set a higher goal than that.
Yeah.
1,000's so much better. If we get to
kicking blood cancer's butt.
If we get to 11 o'clock and we haven't gotten any more, I will shame all of you and maybe change the goal down to 666.
You know, I
Don't
was
make me do
wondering, growing up in a Jewish, environment, whatever, Rebecca Friedman, Jew, newsflash, you always had numbers in multiples of 18 because Jews are complete non-idolaters and somehow do numerology. And 18 is one of those very special numbers because if you have a alphabet in the order of so A would be 1 and B would be 2 and all that kind of stuff. So the word chai, meaning life, has a value of 18 numerologically, and so you always would give a bar mitzvah check or gift cards or something like that in multiples of 18. So is 666 or is 69 the atheist magical multiple number?
I believe 69 is everybody's magical number.
Mine is 1782.
What happened in 1782 that was amazing and awesome?
That was the day they brought in the Great Seal. It was approved, which has E pluribus unum.
Oh, okay, right.
I'll stick with 42.
and numerology is something that they had a lot of fun with in the Adventist church when I was growing up.
Oh, Adventists and Jews also? That's you wouldn't think there would be much connection between them other than the Sabbath day.
The Sabbath day and not eating pork or shellfish. But as far as the Sabbath goes, they count it differently. The start and end is actually different. When Joe Lieberman was running for vice president with Al Gore, there was actually a cover story for the Adventist Review that covered, is Joe Lieberman's Sabbath the same as Joe Adventist's Sabbath? And the answer was no.
Wow.
That's some exciting journalism there.
Detail on that, but yeah.
That's hard hitting.
But some of the numerology I heard, one was that Bill Clinton's name worked out to being the mark of the beast.
I remember that.
And
oh wait, I just read that. Who was it? Donald Trump is 11? 11 numbers? Or 11
There's
letters?
11 letters in his name.
Yeah, all the great presidents had 11 letters or some crap like that.
Donald J. Trump, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, not William Clinton, or William J. Clinton.
Right.
Right. Well, you have to fudge the numbers, I
John
guess.
Kennedy, not John F. Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
I like how you included Donald Trump.
Well, no, I did.
In
What else did?
Uri Geller's thing.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay. Oh, the great presidents. Okay.
11 is a magical, powerful number, which means that you will be president.
BECKYFRIEDMA. Oh, shit! I can never be good president.
Oh, I've got it. Mine's 11.
All right, Tom.
THOMASESSEL. Boom. 11. Give me
There
the
we
White
go.
House.
Just you always have to go by Thomas.
I do. I always go by Thomas.
No middle initial allowed.
And my name's way too long, which is why my mom gave me a 4-letter middle name. Dustin
Wesley
Eric Williams.
Bonetti.
But that's still
11.
way too long.
No, Bill Clinton's Mark of the Beast. Every great president has 11 letters in their name, but only if you use.
And we have gone off way into the weeds. So, Robert,
I don't even know where we started.
We don't like in God we
yakking.
trust. We established that.
Yeah.
Don't like in God we trust, and we like yaks.
Okay, yeah.
That's
We
what
like
do.
yakking about In God We Trust. So there's nothing better.
whether you yak about things or you get licked by yaks or you eat yaks, we like yaks.
Yes. Yeah, that was interesting concept. Back when Amy and I started secular yakking, it originally wasn't supposed to be secular yakking. My original intent was to have a show based on the original Motto Project. And she asked me what I was doing because I told her, hey, I'm doing a podcast this weekend. And I told her what it was, and she said, oh, you're going to fail. I'm going to help you. So
Aw.
Nice.
that's how she came on to secular yakking. And within like 4 hours, I'd completely redone all the logos and all the notes and everything to go from the original Motto Project podcast to secular yakking.
Yep.
So, Carrie, are you continuing your mom's legacy of making sure your dad doesn't fail?
Yeah, somewhat.
Somebody has to do it.
Yeah.
Tom just isn't keeping up.
No.
And
Robert's a
every
grown
time I
man.
look in this direction,
Robert's a grown man. It's on him.
Well, and Tom's only the assistant director. You can't ask too much of him.
Whoa. Back.
Oh, wait. Was that wrong? Was that wrong? I'm sorry.
Only.
I retract.
Only the assistant. Like, who
Only.
was it
I
that's
retract the
presented
statement.
every time?
Statement.
Who was that that's presented every time? Oh, that's right. That was me. Who's the one who emailed every single member of the West Virginia House of Delegates? Oh, that's right. That was me. Twice. Because apparently you can't send out a mass email.
Intervention, the original Motto Project.
Yeah. Like, we're going to fight, man. 2 weeks. What is it? 3 weeks. 3 weeks up in Sacramento. In the parking lot it's on. That's it.
You just by the flagpole.
Yeah.
No, I don't do flagpoles. That's no, I'm not into the flagpole event.
What?
Okay. It just
No.
makes a convenient meeting spot for after-school
Yeah.
rival.
Yeah,
Well,
that
it also
was
makes a convenient meeting spot for preschool prayer.
Yeah.
So there you go. In
There
fact,
you go.
who was it? The governor of Kentucky just sent out a nice little proclamation announcement inviting all the students of Kentucky to the flagpole for a prayer.
Sure.
Whoa, all of them?
Yeah.
From everywhere in the state?
And there's actual video of it.
Flagpole.
Yeah. Boom. Yeah. There's a video of it, which I think we're probably going to talk about on the show this week.
We have to do that
Very
tomorrow.
nice.
Yeah, we do.
Quite the
Am I supposed to do my
fun
history
subject.
statement?
I was sitting here going, please don't say Idaho. Please don't say Idaho. Please don't say Idaho.
No. I don't get a lot of news out of Idaho, oddly enough.
Yeah.
Well,
we doing-
things have quieted down since that last sheriff
Uh,
put "In God We Trust" on his car up in Bonneville or
jerk.
Bonner or Boundary or one of those.
It's a B one, yeah. It's just south of Coeur d'Alene, if I remember right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, he was.
Bonner County,
And
probably.
if you're just joining us, this is our exciting introduction to the geography of Idaho.
Okay, so you've got Southwestern, which has the center of...
I don't think that was actually a call for a lesson, Dustin.
I was going to do one
Oh,
anyway.
God.
Walking
You
Idaho.
have the center of
Doesn't Napoleon Dynamite take place in Idaho?
people, liberals,
If
and
you,
the like.
if you have, this is
Right
the
in the middle.
panhandle.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the rest of Idaho.
And in the
this
southwest,
way.
you've got Boise, which is cool.
Where are you pointing?
Everything
don't
around
know.
it is a bunch of farmers. To the east, you have a bunch of Mormons, and to the north, you have the white supremacists.
Yeah, that's pretty,
Salt Lake City is south.
North Idaho, you have white supremacists.
I think this is sucking
East
knowledge
Idaho, you
about
have
Idaho
Mormons.
out of my brain.
Yeah.
Southwestern, you have farmers in Boise.
So we're not
Yeah.
as cool as the Mitt. But
Yeah.
we've got the.
I used to
Idaho.
live right here briefly, and I hated it. It was depressing. It was too fucking flat. When you look up and above the tree line, there is nothing but endless sky. Oh,
yeah, that's no
Apparently, he
fun.
doesn't like it. He refuses to drive near it.
I got agoraphobic. It was terrible.
You're afraid of furry cats?
Agoraphobic. Open spaces, i.e., the Midwest. I got back out west, and it was like, oh, there are mountains around. You look above the trees, and there is mountains, and it's everything is right and perfect
Yeah.
with the world.
So you're afraid of the places where the ground can't fall on you from above.
Because
That makes no
air
sense. to
will
me.
kill
Bear
you.
will kill you first.
No.
Vindictive.
Sorry, rock
Vindictive.
slides, never a problem in central Illinois. Just
No, I'm sorry. If rock does fall on you in the Midwest, then you have a serious problem.
The first tornado warning I heard in when I was in Michigan. I was sitting in my apartment. It was in February. I was working on my alternate theology for a post-Christian theistic belief system. I was like on page 35 or 40, and I hear the siren going off, and it's like, why are they running the civil defense siren? Is there an air raid? Is there a chemical weapons issue?
in a way, yes.
I had no idea what was going on.
The tornado is the ultimate air raid.
Then a couple months later, I was dean on duty with 2 dorms under me, and the siren went off again. I missed RA training because I was hired too late. And it was like, oh, wait, what's that? That's the tornado siren, and you need to get all of us to safety. It's like, where's the shelter?
Did you guys actually go to safety, or did you do the proper Midwest thing? Because I lived in Missouri for 10 years. The proper thing to do during a tornado is to grab a beer and go sit out on your porch and watch it.
Pretty much.
Teetotalers. Adventists are teetotalers.
That's what
that's
I would
not-
do.
Yeah, it's
So
great.
one dorm had a basement workout room that everybody had to go to. So it smelled of sweat and fear.
That's where I want to die.
And the other dorm with all the upper division students, most of whom were actually foreigners, had to go to the lobby with an entire wall of windows.
You have a lovely voice too, though.
So I'm
That
telling you,
makes sense.
porch and beer, that's where it's at.
And that's where I got stuck.
Did you shield the students with your body between the wall and the window?
Tornadoes and earthquakes, I understand. I mean, volcanoes and earthquakes, I understand. Tornadoes are a terrifying monster.
Have you ever seen the image macro that's like, fuck these 6 fish in particular?
Yes.
That's pretty much what a tornado is. I mean, just every once in a while, the sky comes down and says, screw that house. And then it goes away.
Yeah.
The statistical likelihood of anything happening to you is fairly small. But, okay, I say this because I totally explain it to math. But here I am. I moved to Tacoma, Washington, years ago now. And I knew it was like really pretty mountain right over there. I'm like, yay, pretty mountain. And then I find
That
out.
wants to kill you.
Yeah, 3 weeks later, oh, that's an active volcano. I'm like, get the fuck out.
Every single time something like that comes up and I look at dust and I'm like, and you want to move there.
You want to more.
I do. I really do.
And then there's the time, and then like not too long after I moved there, Bobby Jindal comes in front of the national stage and says, yeah, who needs money for volcano research? There aren't any volcanoes in the United States. And at the end of that speech, I walked out in front of my apartment and I was like, this is my apartment. This is my apartment.
Also, the entire state of Hawaii is a volcano.
Yeah, this is a decade volcano known to, when it finally goes, for killing massive amounts of people.
Yeah, but at least
This
in
is my
Soda, you
apartment.
get the pretty view.
This is a volcano.
And 100 miles the other direction is a massive fault that can destroy Japan, let alone what's right next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what got me more than any of that, because, yeah, earthquakes, volcanoes, they don't scare me. That's life. Right now, I live 300 miles from a super volcano. It could kill all human life.
Well, all of us.
All of us in a couple years. That doesn't scare me.
It's because it's too big.
When I was in Michigan, I asked people, "Oh, what's the snow level?" And they looked at me and they're like, "What? What the hell is a snow level?" As like the level at which the snow falls, and they're like, "There are no levels. There is ground.
Right.
There is water.
Yeah.
There is a lake effect. The only thing that matters is how far from the water are you." It's like, oh wow, it's still two-dimensional. It's just the other two, or the other one.
Meredith, what are you drinking?
I am drinking pancake cider. It is smoked maple hard cider.
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
It tastes.
Is Dan aware of this?
Pardon?
Is Dan
Yeah.
Lombardo
Yes, Dan
aware of this?
Oh, I bought him a 6.
Oh,
This
okay.
might
Oh yes,
Yeah.
we need to get Dan on the show and talk about his maple
be
addiction.
delicious.
Oh, his
It
maple,
literally
his
tastes like
campfire
alcohol
version,
maple syrup.
his anti-hydro. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
of it, actually. And Bridget.
Dan has
They're
made
awesome.
me rethink things I loved more than like anyone in the last several years.
Dan is good at that.
Don't tell him.
Should be my ex-wife.
Yeah, do not let him know that.
Dan, if you are listening, turn it off now.
5 minutes ago.
Yes. Bridget, get him drunk now, kill his brain
Dustin
cells. Don't let
cannot-
him remember.
Cannot hold back his man crush any longer.
It's impressive if someone can make me rethink that many things in a short period of time. He has outdone the SGU.
He is ridiculously thorough, and that's what makes him so fun to do the for science bits with. Is I used to prep him with like he's the kind of things I'm going to think about, and he's like, yeah, okay. After a while, it just made more sense not to do that at all, and then he would run with it, and it was great. And yeah, like he really cares about this, and he's ridiculously thorough. And I wholeheartedly suggest you have both of them on your show.
Yes.
Yeah.
definitely.
See, I have the enthusiasm without the thoroughness. So it just kind of peters out.
Mm-hmm.
Science, guys, it's so cool. And look at the squid. It's cute.
Oh my gosh, the squid was
Hey,
so
kids, come look at the squid.
Creep
I
me
remember
out. Anything from the sea makes me go, Cthulhu! Gah!
I did just see a recipe for a turkey stuffed with octopus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that's called a nightmare.
Yeah.
No.
Turduck Cthulhu.
My stomach decided to explore new options as a kidney after I saw that.
Is there a duck too?
I don't know, but
So it's a
just
Takurthu?
chicken.
Cthulhu?
Chicken with the octopus in it.
Okay.
it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And
That's
octopus is delicious, so
Is
I
it?
don't know. No qualms.
Okay.
Especially
It's
wrapped
like
in bacon.
calamari.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's got that kind of
calamari
rubbery
is
taste,
good.
rubbery texture.
Gross.
With
With-
suction cups.
Oh man, saute it in soy sauce, so good.
Okay.
I like to
Taco
get
salad
mine
is what it's called.
I don't
like
eat
to-
calamari.
I like to get my calamari and then throw it in the garbage and eat real food.
Shots
Wow.
fired.
You said you live in Missouri, right?
I used to live in Missouri. I live in California now.
So you can
Where-
actually get
You could get
reasonably
good stuff.
decent calamari there.
What?
So you could actually get reasonably decent calamari.
There's no such thing.
he's like, I do not understand the words out of their English, but I don't understand what you're trying to say.
No such thing.
Yeah.
He's saying he doesn't.
Did he miss the joke where I threw it in the trash? Did he miss that part?
I think you were still in Missouri and taking stuff from the Midwest that does not belong in the Midwest.
Well, I went to Hawaii. We had calamari in Hawaii. It was also legitimately awful.
Okay.
Huh.
Like, just objectively speaking, it's terrible. I'm just saying.
No. That's subjective. Because you're outnumbered here.
God, is it time already?
It is the top of the hour again.
Oh, that was.
That's what happens when hours keep going.
That's what happens with time.
And next up is Amy Laval Hansman from Heathen Hot Dish. And she has not joined us yet. She is joining us after she gets off work and gets home and settled and whatnot. And she was supposed to send me a message with her. Wait, let me see if I screwed something up. Yes, I did. Whoops.
Whereabouts in California?
I live in San Diego.
Oh, neat. I like San Diego.
It has
My first beach experience was on La Jolla.
I love
Daniel is in
it.
San Diego.
Poked things and they dug themselves into the sand, and I was so delighted.
Yeah, did you see like the seals and stuff that took over the children's beach?
Yes, on the seals and that aquarium. Oh my God.
Scripps or in La Jolla?
I spent more time at the aquarium than I did at the zoo.
Yes.
It was amazing. But I'm a river rat. I grew up in the freaking Rocky Mountains. It was like an alien world to me.
I always tell people about the San Diego Zoo that if you think you can't go uphill both ways, you've never been to the San Diego Zoo.
Yay, Amy joined.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
I need to stop recording and start recording again. And Amy, sorry I didn't text you. I forgot about that.
No, you know what? I was actually here on time, ready to go, and just fumbling around trying to find the link. So totally my fault. I wasn't paying attention.
The link we had technical difficulties with the link.
Yeah, and I saw the next link, but then of course I was spending way too much time on Facebook and had to go back and find the original post. I'm just an amateur.
All right. Well, I am also going to be saying goodnight.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Lauren,
I can't do this.
Can you refill my water and grab another beer?
Yes.
I know there's two things, but please.
No, I was exasperated sigh about the beer.
I love you, Lauren.
I love you too.
I've only had like 10 beers.
No, you had 6 porters.
And then I had like 3 or 4 more.
And then you've had like 6 more.
Okay, I've only had a handful of beers.
That's literally 2 handfuls. Okay. Anyway, it was nice meeting everybody. Tom and Ray and Carrie and Amy. Short but sweet.
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on. And help us raise money for defeating blood cancers.
Okay, so that reminds me that, yes, we are at the top of the hour, and we have not raised any more money since Sam's 42.69.
You know, we're gonna have to talk to our fans about that, Tom.
Yeah, I'll go. You want me to make an angry Facebook post right now?
Yes, I do. I want you to do that. Yes.
On it.
Everybody.
That's why he's my assistant director.
Bye, Ryan. Love you.
I do all the real work.
So, yes, if you're not donating yet, please do. And if your fans aren't donating, well, come on.
I don't have any fans,
I feel
so
upset. He doesn't let me cuss on there, so I'll have to.
Because at this point, the only non-people on camera that have donated are Danielle and Anonymous, because Meredith's on camera right now. So, Amy, tell us about yourself and your show.
hello. I'm Amy, and I do a podcast called Heathen Hot Dish with my co-host Justin, who couldn't be here because he sucks. No, we both have families and small kids, and just have been crazy busy all summer. So we actually haven't recorded an episode in 2 months. I think we're the worst.
Oh wow!
We just haven't had the time to do it, and we're pretty new. We just started at I think it was the end of last year. But this summer, we're both small business owners. We've got little kids. It's been crazy. So yeah, we're hoping we can record another episode tomorrow. But mainly, the whole kind of shtick of the show is that we live in Minnesota. I'm sure I have an accent. I don't hear it, but everyone tells me I do.
I don't.
You don't hear the Minnesota accent? Oh, thank God.
I sympathize with you.
Fargo just killed us here. That movie I can't deal with it.
Wait, say, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Now say
I'm
it
not
naturally.
going to say, don't you know?
Yes.
Don't you know? But yeah, Justin and I, he grew up Seventh-day Adventist, so he had a very, very conservative upbringing. I was kind of lukewarm Lutheran growing up and always pretty liberal, and so mainly it's just Justin and I arguing about things. We kind of pick a topic and we argue about it. We've talked about gun control, and it's mainly a lot of social issues that we just don't see eye to eye on, but we still can discuss and remain friends and be civil and.
So are you tending more liberal or him?
Oh, me. I am totally the bleeding heart liberal. He was actually like a George Bush conservative up until about 6 years ago.
Well, so was I, and I'm also an ex-Adventist, but
oh, really?
Me and the ex-Adventists I know, are about as liberal as you get.
Well, he's very liberal. And it's interesting because I didn't know him before he became an atheist. So it's weird when he talks about just kind of his thinking on things and how they used to. I don't even know that person. Now he's very pro-choice and pro-gay marriage. But we live in rural Minnesota, so he's also pretty pro-gun, and he's for reasonable gun control measures, but he's also he really lines up with, I guess, Sam Harris on kind of the gun issue, and he's just a little bit more conservative than I am. We had 2 episodes on late-term abortion. He's totally pro-choice kind of until it comes to that late term, and then we've had long discussions about that. So the past couple of episodes, we've just totally gotten along, and that's been boring. So we need to find more things to argue about, I think. But yeah, he's more of your kind of Richard Dawkins atheist, and I'm more of your bleeding heart liberal social justice warrior. So yeah, that's what we do. I don't know. It's like I said, we don't have any fans yet. We were so excited. We got an email from Scotland. We have a listener in Scotland, and we just about died because we thought someone we don't know is downloading it. But yeah, we're total amateurs. We need to get our shit together and record another episode. Things have been crazy this summer.
Nice.
And it's sad because there's so much we could be discussing with this election, and oh my God, yeah, the rural area that we live in is all guns and abortion. Those are the only 2 issues anybody cares about.
I was actually surprised driving through Minnesota just how many. I think per square mile, Minnesota may have had the most abortion signs we saw.
Oh my God, yeah, pro-life Minnesota is just notorious. And I used to work for Planned Parenthood. What was that? Oh, when I said
heard
Minnesota.
The accent again when you said Minnesota. The vowels got long.
I didn't know that Minnesotans had accents until I was a teenager. It just never occurred to me. We didn't travel when I was a kid. Someone brought it up to me, and it just blew my mind.
It's something I've heard a lot about the PNW accent, is that it's very close to the Minnesota accent.
It's actually a little bit Minnesota and a little bit British Columbia. Mm-hmm. So which is why sort of the Baja Canada idea. Where I'm at the point now where when I'm around here, I sound like I'm from the Midwest. I sound like I'm from the Chicago area, because I am. But then I go home and I sound like I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I have no home.
What was weird for me is when I was 8, I moved from Vail, Oregon to Grants Pass, Oregon. So dialect-wise, I moved from the Malheur County dialect, which is its own unique thing, to the standard Pacific Northwest dialect. And people thought I was from Texas. Like, no, I've never been to Texas. but there's a lot of Southern influence and Basque influence in Malheur County.
Yeah.
And now I'm back in the Treasure Valley. I'm over in Boise. I'm only 50 miles from where I was born. And there are words that Lauren thinks I pronounce weird. No,
Like what?
I just have a different dialect than her.
Give us an example.
It's so weird.
Well, my husband is from a town 30 miles over, and I hear things that he says that are just the way he pronounces certain words or the usage of certain words is just weird to me. I don't know, and that's strange. Minnesota's weird. It just
Language is weird.
It really is. Anyway, I don't know. I am so tired right now. You have no idea. I'm usually asleep by about 8:30. And I'm just getting over a cold, so I probably sound horrible, but I'm here. I'm really proud of myself. I stayed up. I did it.
Good job.
Yes.
So one question I have is as I understand it, having young children makes life very difficult and busy.
Oh my God.
How do you pull off finding time to podcast and do streamathons and stuff like that?
Well, right now everybody's asleep, so that's how that worked out. They're sleeping, and I'm tucked away in a separate room with the door shut.
Okay, so you're not sleeping.
I'm not sleeping. You'd think I'm half asleep right now, but podcasting, my 6-year-old, I have a 12-year-old and a 6-year-old. My 6-year-old actually hates the word podcast now because usually when we record, we do it at my house, and Justin will come over and he'll bring his wife, and they have a little boy too, so our kids will play together. But like, he knows that when we're podcasting, we lock the door, he can't come in the room, and he's just a very busy kid, and he wants to always be around what's going on. And so for him, when he hears, oh, we're doing a podcast today, that means I'm going to be locked up in a room for an hour and a half where he can't get to me and he can't interrupt and he can't open the door, and it drives him crazy. So usually and that's part of the problem we've had with recording, is that Justin will come to my house. You know, we actually live about 30 minutes away from each other. So what we need to do is just start Skyping or doing a Google Hangout or something to record, because it'll make it so much easier. But yeah, we usually have to it's usually on a Sunday afternoon when we're not working, and the kids will come, you know, his wife and son will come over. Actually, she makes us hot dish a lot of times. So she's cooking while we're recording, and then we'll all eat hot dish afterwards. And
I told you guys, hot dish is really a thing. I was
totally
being called on this.
So that's a casserole, right?
It's a casserole, and when I was a kid, and even now, I prefer to call it a casserole because it always sounded fancier to me. Hot dish doesn't sound fancy, so but yeah, everybody calls it's hot dish. Again, that's one of those things that I didn't realize was specific to Minnesota until I became an adult.
Or Sam
realized not everybody did that.
Yeah,
apparently
but
it's to the Midwest.
Minnesota and very nearby confines. I'm familiar with hot dish because of my time in Wisconsin. Which would be
it's
Western
a very
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just taking a whole bunch of things and mixing them up with a cream soup and baking it.
Right.
That's what I grew up on. It's great.
Can
At
be
least
tasty,
where I grew
can
up,
be apocalyptic.
Yeah.
At least where I grew up would be called a casserole and served usually at a potluck or after somebody dies.
Casserole.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
We just have to be different because we're in Minnesota, and I don't know. We have to make
have your own
everything weird.
dialect.
Yeah, exactly.
Embrace your regional dialect.
You have no. I am so. I don't know how I ended up born here. I hate fishing. I hate hunting. I generally hate the outdoors. Cannot stand a camp. I don't fit in. I try not to go outside if I can help it. So I really live in the wrong place. And the area I live in is a very vacation-y spot. People have $1 million cabins here.
Whereabouts are you?
Up in the Brainerd area.
Okay.
So
yes,
which is the town in the movie Fargo that a lot of it takes place in.
Okay.
Yeah, the TV show takes place in Bemidji, but I can't even watch the TV show because I can't listen to the accents. It drives me bananas. So everyone tells me it's a great show. I wouldn't know because I can't watch it.
So are you saying
But
the
yeah.
accents aren't accurate, or are they just too far away from home?
They're what's the word I'm looking for? They're amplified so much that it just grates on my ears. Like it's
Caricatures, perhaps?
It's very caricatured, yeah. It's although I know a woman named Marge Bundegard, and that is the most Minnesota name I've ever heard in my entire life.
That's a name.
Yeah.
If I've ever heard one.
Marge Bundegard. But
it kind of rolls off the tongue, though.
Outlaw.
I know. Yeah. And there are people, especially older people, you can hear it more in when you're listening for it. But it seems like I don't know, it just depends on what part of the state you're from and whether it's rural or not, and I don't know. I always felt like I didn't belong here, so I tried to talk differently, I guess.
Okay.
But
yeah, we had a Minnesota transplant in the secular community here in Boise who her first name's Susan and her last name sounds like it's from Minnesota.
Oh, I know her.
Oh. Really?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, she has a. What my point was, she definitely sounds it, and she's very happy to not be there now. Oh
yeah, that's another thing. I hate the winter. I can't deal with cold, and most people say after living here, I grew up here. I've lived here my entire life. You'd think I'd be used to it, but I'm a baby. I can't deal with it. My son was telling me today that he's so excited for winter because he wants to go play outside and make snow angels, and all I could think was why.
I felt
I
that
didn't
way
like
about
it as
this.
a kid.
Yeah, I felt that way about this time too. It's like, yeah, I can't wait for snow. I can do weird snow things, and then the snow would come, and 30 minutes later, I'd be like, okay, I'm done now.
Yeah, it's cold out
There's
here.
nothing fun about snow.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
It's awful.
Unless you have a dead cow. Or you have a trampoline.
We have a trampoline.
So when I was a little kid on the farm in Eastern Oregon, when it would freeze and a cow would die, before the chuck wagon came and picked up the dead cow, we had a trampoline. And you would jump on the bloated belly of the frozen dead cow. You only did that in the wintertime.
Oh my gosh.
Because it'd be smelly any other time of year, but when it was frozen in the winter, it was so much fun.
If you're
That's
totally
disgusting.
stomping on a dead cow in the summer, I think the smell would be the least of your concerns. Yeah. A bit maggoty there.
Right, but in the wintertime, it's just fine. It's frozen.
See, that's something my kids would totally do, but whoa.
Okay, so
Nintendo.
apparently I'm the only one that spent any time on a farm growing up.
Yeah.
No, not like a weird avant-garde art farm. We grew corn. I don't know.
We had a mix of alfalfa and beef.
Okay.
My grandpa got bought out of dairy when I was 1.5. So the government slaughtered the dairy farm, and he had a freezer full of ground dairy beef.
And some impromptu trampolines, apparently.
No, they were all actually slaughtered and properly processed. It was when one happened to die, like right before Thanksgiving, and we were back for Thanksgiving, and we got to it was fun, and that heifer had 5 nipples. And I'm going to shut up now.
No, this is fascinating.
Yeah, wow, it's a window into something I didn't know.
Yeah, I never knew about cow trampolines, and now I do.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I left the farm when I was 8 because some of the stories I've heard about what people do with farm animals later, I am so glad I didn't actually get in on.
Yeah, I
The
grew
Eden
up
Claw.
surrounded by farms, but not on one, so don't know.
Yeah,
Yuck.
yeah. Anyway, so what kind of topics? You already wanted to some of the topics, but
Basically, we
go into a little bit more detail on your
Sure.
show and what you cover.
So, like I said before, we're total amateurs. We have no idea what we're doing. It's a good thing Justin has a clue about technology because I don't. usually we don't talk beforehand about what we're going to discuss. In fact, we don't even talk to each other. We just kind of wait till he comes over. We wait till we start recording, and then it's like, what do we want to talk about? And usually we've both kind of got an idea for what we want to talk about. But we try to make it very much just like a conversation that we would normally have, you know, when we're hanging out. And a lot of this started because I started an atheist group in the town we live in probably about 5 years ago, just as a social group for, you know, in a rural area. I thought there's got to be other atheists here, but I don't know who any of them are. So I'm going to see if I can figure it out. So I just started a little group and put an ad in the paper and, you know, made a Facebook page, and it kind of grew from there, and it's turned into a great community. But Justin's wife went to high school with me. And so she kind of remembered me and sent me a message and, you know, told me, well, my husband and I are just recently atheists and we haven't told anyone. And so she, you know, they started coming to our groups, and Justin had been just starved for conversation because he had only been an atheist for a couple of years, and he really didn't have anyone, you know, aside from he and his wife to talk to about it. And so when we would have get-togethers and go out for dinner with the atheist group, he and I just always seemed to get into some kind of debate about something. And we seemed to be the two loudest voices at the table. So we just thought we would take the show on the road and do a podcast. So, you know, I think our first episode, we hit on gun control, because that's kind of the biggest thing that he and I have an issue with as far as our disagreements. You know, he grew up in the hunting culture and is very much pro-gun, and I did not. You know, most people where I live, it's a very big hunting culture. Oddly enough, my dad was never a hunter. Nobody in my family really was, which is strange around here. But so I didn't really grow up with guns in the house or any interest in them. And so it's kind of easier, I think, for me to take a pro-gun control stance, whereas he's always had them in his life. You know, he talks about how it was a way for him to bond with his dad. They would go hunting, and he's, like I said, he's got, I don't know if you've ever listened to Sam Harris talk about gun control or guns, but he very much kind of lines up with him in the statistically, you know, swimming pools are a bigger hazard than guns. And so we kind of hashed that out on our first episode. Like I said, we've talked about late-term abortion. We did 2 episodes on elevator gate, which it was informed, especially by my husband, were extremely boring, because if you have no idea what we're talking about, you just don't care. So
Wesley and I tried doing our second episode on elevator gate, and I didn't drink and he did, or I drank too much and he also drank, and we recorded for like 2.5 hours and decided this is never going anywhere.
It never goes anywhere.
We tried again.
Dude, sometimes an FCC rule about not drinking is a shield.
Well, fortunately, Justin and I, neither one of us drinks, not because either one of us is anti-alcohol. We just neither one of us. If I drink, I fall right asleep, so there's no point.
Oh, yeah.
And Justin just is, you know, he used to have a bit of an alcohol problem and doesn't now, and is very just straightforward in that he doesn't drink. We've joked about having a podcast one of these days, but I think I'd just pass out for that too. So at least we're not drunk and yelling at each other. But yeah, we definitely have disagreements on how much of a problem sexism is in society, and on Black Lives Matter. You know, we've discussed Black Lives Matter a few times, sexism. And he's interesting to talk to, because he's a guy that, you know, up until he and his wife had their son a few years ago, like, he had been homeschooled. He had totally been sheltered from any sort of science education. And once he started learning about it and going on the internet, learning about, you know, astronomy and just science, it was like he was just a sponge and soaking up all of this information. And that's what led him down the road to becoming an atheist. And so he's still kind of in this phase where he's just learning so much about the world and really having to reform his opinions on everything. And he makes me think too. I mean, he'll bring up valid points that I have a hard time rebutting. So we basically just sit and hash out whatever issue it is and see where we can get.
I think it's cool having a conversational partner who you disagree with right there. Is you don't have to go, you don't have to go looking for somebody to disagree with, and
Right.
the show can avoid becoming something of an echo chamber, which is something that I've had with a couple times.
Yeah, and we're both genuinely trying to learn. Like, even though we both recognize that we have our own biases, and we're still both trying to make sure that our beliefs line up with reality. And it's so we're both willing to say, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong, but it's so much fun to argue too and just drill my point into the ground.
Would we do this?
Yeah. So, and really, a lot of time before we started the podcast, he and I would just have endless Facebook debates. He would post something and the two of us would just go in circles forever. And we would both sit and then we just thought, this would be a whole lot easier if we were just talking to each other, because typing all day is killing me. And so we've taken our Facebook debates with each other onto our podcast.
Actually, if I can admit a little bit of a secret, and may or may not have any idea who I am, but part of the reason why I've kept my show away from politics, in as much as I might have otherwise, is so that I can continue screaming about it on Facebook.
Really?
I don't want to lose that energy. I don't know.
I just do both,
Yeah, I guess for me, just sometimes it's the stuff that I want to talk about on Facebook. For example, I haven't said much about Black Lives Matter on the air, but it's pretty important to me, and I usually save that screaming for offline. Oh, kitten!
Yeah,
it's the kitten time.
Chappie. Say hi, Chappie. Say hi.
That's not a kitten.
This is a monster cat. Yeah, I can't even look at this. Come on.
No.
This is the world's biggest cat.
What?
I might give Mr. Adventurer a run for his money.
And he acts like a dog.
Wally.
He puts up with this. Like, he doesn't care.
So you have a cat that acts like a dog, and I've got a dog that acts like a cat.
Wes is going to fetch our cat.
Mr. Adventure, somewhere north of 20 pounds now, I think. Once he started,
holy shit!
Once he started eating Starbucks food as well.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, we've got a serious mouse problem in our house right now, and we thought, we have this, he's only about a year old, really. He's not that old. And we thought, great, we'll have this mouser. He doesn't do anything. Oh, it's so cute.
This is Wally.
Say hello, Wally.
Wally is tiny by comparison.
I love that color. Chappie,
pretty chill.
Chappie. Chappie's ignoring me because he's an asshole. Come on, Chappie. No.
Cat's
So we've
coming in
not having it.
terrible podcasting, good for YouTube.
Doing a little bit of hello, hey.
Please just don't make us throw up. That would be awful.
Mr. Adventure caught a mouse this week.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did he ever
Nice.
recatch him?
We caught him once, and now there's a mouse somewhere in the house. Because it's like he caught a mouse, and I hear him meowing, and it's really breathy, and then he runs into the living room, and he's prancing around like, yeah. I thought he was excited about something. No, he's terrified because he's caught a mouse, and now he doesn't know it. Okay, I got it. Now what? He doesn't know that it's filled with meat. He just thinks it's like it's a cat toy with claws. And so he lets it go, and then gets it, and then has a fight underneath our drawers that sounds like it involves nunchucks. Red catches it again, comes out, and then I'm like, do not drop the mouse. Do not drop the mouse.
What did he do?
And he immediately drops the mouse in front of 2 doors and a stairway and shelves, and the mouse disappears, and it's 2 cats and me worth of limbs and hair just going nuts trying to find this mouse. And we lose it. So it's somewhere in the house.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have
so-
to. Oh, I was just going to say. You go.
Go ahead.
Go, Amy.
Ladies first.
No, I was just going to say, a couple nights ago, we had the exact same situation in our house where there was a mouse in our bedroom. And honestly, at this point, I don't give a shit. I was just tired and wanted to sleep. And as long as the mouse isn't crawling on me, I don't even care. But my husband was like, no, we're getting this mouse. So he locks the door and he turns the lights on and he brings Chappie in there. Spent half an hour trying to get Chappie to catch the mouse before he figured out that Chappie's just afraid of it, I guess. So we brought our other cat in, Sydney, who's just a big brick of a cat, and she killed it in like 5 minutes. So I think Chappie's afraid of mice. But yeah, we've just had to get mouse traps because our cats are worthless and won't kill the mice in our house.
Yeah.
So you guys have
I actually had
little tigers that you've invited into your
Yeah.
homes that won't even kill simple rodents.
I had one fall on my face the other day.
So if you want to,
A mouse that fell on your face?
Yes,
I
a
can
mouse
tap
fell
that
on my
into
face. I actually was reaching up into the mudroom. It was starting to get cold here and I needed to get some gloves, and I went to reach a hat up in the mudroom closet. And when I pulled it down, a mouse fell right on my face. And I didn't realize what it was till I looked down and it fell and scurried to the ground. So yeah, my cats
Holy
need to get their
crap.
shit together.
And
Mhm.
cold. So yeah, it's September, which means
Yeah.
in Minnesota it's like
It's cold.
zero no
means-
matter what scale you're on, right?
It means that like a week ago it was 75 and now today it's 50. And next week it'll probably be 75 again and then it'll drop to 30. The
Okay.
weather makes no sense here. We were last year, I was outside working and we had 1 week where we had snow pants and boots and coats and hats on because it was snowing out and freezing. And the next week it was hot out. It was 75 and we all had t-shirts on. It's crazy.
That reminds me of Maine. I was up there for a TDY to go work up there one day, and there was like I got there on a Tuesday, and there was 2.5 foot of snow, and by Thursday it was all gone, and it was 65, 70.
Yeah, that happens all the time here.
Weird.
The year I was in Michigan, we got snow and then the jet stream moved, and Thanksgiving it was 70 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, my
And then
birthday
it
is May
snowed every
15th and
week
it
after
has
that.
snowed on my birthday before.
Where are you? Because I'm new to this conversation.
Right in the middle of Minnesota. Like,
All right.
yeah, if you're looking at Minnesota, directly in the middle.
Where's Minnesota?
Like, if you're looking at the country, like right in the
Part
middle.
of the Midwest.
So like in the Thousand Lakes, are you on like lake number 500?
Something like that. Well, see, the thing is, people think that if you're in Minnesota, you live on a lake. But the truth is, if you live in Minnesota and you're rich, then you live on a lake. If you're not rich, you don't live on a lake. All of the lakeshore property is ridiculous.
Aren't most of those
Literally
lakes just really fucking tiny?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them are super, super tiny. There's one really big one. That's about it. The rest of them are vary in size. But the town I live in, we have one decent sized lake, and there are people from the Twin Cities who spend the weekends here, and they literally have $1 million cabins. Like they have these cabins on the lake that they only come to on weekends in the summer. And it just kills you because like I live here and I can't even live near a lake because I don't have that kind of money. So
See, with $1 million property, I have a hard time considering that a cabin.
oh, I know
That's a
it's
vacation
not a
home.
cabin. It's a it's a cabin.
Yeah.
It's a
It's a
mansion sitting on a
vacation
lake.
personal resort.
Maybe it's
Pretty
like
much.
a log mansion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks folksy. Like they make it look like a log cabin, but it's clearly $1 million cabin. It's
They
they're
have
huge.
bunches of animal heads in there that they didn't, hunt
Yeah.
the animal and
Oh, and fish too. They have the stuffed fish that
sure that
That's a
they've
thing.
never eaten. Yeah.
no,
But I've seen some of these cabins like this. Lauren's family has a cabin in Island Park that's near Yellowstone, and their cabin is old and relatively low value. And then there's the people with the nice, new, fancy, incredibly expensive cabins, and it's like, no, those aren't cabins.
yeah, they're not.
No,
And there's
not even
still,
close.
there's still ramshackle cabins on lakes, but if you find those, they've usually been owned by the same family for years and years and years. But if you're trying to buy any new lakefront property, you're just kind of out of luck. I live nowhere near a lake. I live by a farm. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
So is it lakes, 1,000 lakes with farms in between all of them?
10,000 lakes.
Yeah.
Or 10,000 lakes?
10,000 lakes, yes.
And 1,000,000 farms in between all of them?
Pretty much. Yep. Yeah, you basically got the Twin Cities, which is really cool and where everybody wants to be, and then the whole rest of the state, which is all dairy farms.
Man, don't nobody want to be in Twin Cities.
Farms and,
They just doesn't nobody want to be in Twin Cities. They just can't afford to move away.
That's true.
They're trapped.
They can't afford the $1 million.
It's cheaper. Yeah.
Come to Washington.
It's weird
nice.
to me, though. I'm sure that it's like this in most states, but it's weird to me how different just the atmosphere is between the rural areas and the metropolitan areas. Just the people and the politics alone. It's people think of Minnesota as a blue state, and it's like, no, that's just the Twin Cities area. The rest of the state is completely red, including where I live, and it's ridiculously frustrating.
Well, that's definitely the same for Oregon. I mean, Portland carries that state, but luckily, I mean, Washington State. Huh?
Same is true for Washington. The Puget Sound carries the state.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna. Yeah, but that's not just a city. I mean, that's like a half. For the most part, half the state carries the
It's
other
a
half.
metropolitan area. It's the same as Oregon.
Yeah.
Well, it's bigger than Oregon because you have like Portland and their suburbs, but the whole Olympia, Tacoma, Seattle, and North is a lot bigger. But it does
it's a bigger
still
population for sure.
carry the state.
Bigger population, but it's also a much bigger area, much more blue. You know, I mean, Eastern Washington is definitely stupidly red, but
It's like another planet over there.
yeah, they shouldn't be part of the state.
Exactly, another planet. That's how it's insane. We've actually got a lot of, in the area I live in, we have a lot of retirees who move here from the Twin Cities into the $1 million cabins. But I've found, the atheist group that I started here tends to be a little older demographic because we have so many retirees here. And I actually had one couple tell me that they were thinking about moving a few years ago. They had moved up here and they were just tired of all the conservatives and the religiosity, and they couldn't stand it anymore. And then they found this community of other atheists, and that actually persuaded them to hang around and stay. And
That's wonderful.
yeah, they met some other people that they agreed with. And it's hard though, because you can't, some of the people in our group aren't out as atheists at all. Like nobody they work with knows, and they have a genuine fear for their job. My co-host, Justin, he's, like I said, he and I are both small business owners. He doesn't dare tell anybody at work that he's an atheist because he's afraid he'll lose business because of it. And, I'm the same way. I would never talk politics or religion anywhere near my job, and I have to be careful with my Facebook settings on who sees what because, I used to own a different business and got boycotted because someone found out I was pro-choice. Had nothing to do with the atheism, but somebody found out I was pro-choice, and they actually it was a food store that I owned, and they brought their food back that they had bought and demanded a refund because they found out I was pro-choice.
Wow.
Yeah, not that I killed babies or that I did abortions on the side, just that I was pro-choice.
That you supported a woman's right to choose.
Yeah. And they actually came into the store and asked me point blank, "Are you pro-choice?" And I just thought, that's a weird question. But then I thought, I'm not going to lie. I mean, someone's asking me. And so I said, yeah. And she just very nervously said, I have to return all of this. I'm so sorry.
Sounds like her husband told her to.
No, honestly, I think what happened is we had a priest who shopped in our store because it was a gluten-free store. My brother has celiac disease, and so it was an allergy food store for people with food allergies. And so there's a priest that lived in town that was, I guess, eating gluten-free. And I think somehow he or somebody at that church found out about it, because I've been vocal in the past as far as, writing letters to the editor in the local paper. And, it's not exactly a secret what my stances are. I just don't talk about them at work. but somebody must have recognized my name, and yeah, she came in. And from then on, I noticed that priest did not show up anymore. And there were certain customers that I knew went to the Catholic Church that just didn't show up anymore. But I thought, you know what? She can say I'm pro-choice, but she can't say I'm rude. I'll just give her money back. And I was very pleasant about it. And then she left, and I had to call my mom and say, you will not believe what just happened to me. Oh my God. It was insane. Yeah.
What the deuce?
So that seems like it's almost a bigger issue than the atheism is around here. I mean, the abortion issue is just insane. Yeah. I mean, if you go door knocking for politicians, that's the one issue they care about. They don't want to hear about anything else. It's just, what's your stance on abortion?
That's it.
What are the abortion laws like in Minnesota?
Well, they're not terrible yet. We do have a 24-hour waiting period. We do have a judicial bypass for minors. I think the state Medicaid can pay for abortions, but there's still a Hyde Amendment. It's not as bad as some other states. It got a lot worse under Tim Pawlenty when he was the governor. But now that Mark Dayton's in office, he's been just awesome. We're so glad we have him in office right now, because the legislature would definitely pass anything they possibly could. But yeah, during Pawlenty's term, they got a lot of stuff passed, and it's so, I mean, you can get one, but you have to go. You can't get one anywhere in a rural area. You have to go to the Twin Cities or to Fargo, depending on which part of the state you live in. You can go to Fargo, or you can go to South Dakota, or you can go to the Twin Cities. And I think Duluth might still have one clinic. But I mean, it's hard to get.
Do they have like any unnecessary medical procedures or doctors that have to read you bullshit papers?
I don't think so. We don't have any transvaginal ultrasounds or anything like that. We may have a state-mandated script, but it's been a while since I've followed it as closely as I used to. I used to work at a local Planned Parenthood, so I used to be a lot more up on what the specific laws were, but in the past few years, I just haven't kept up as much with the state-specific laws. But I do know South Dakota's a whole lot worse. North Dakota's a whole lot worse. Things can always be worse. They're not great, but, you know. Thanks, Mark Dayton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Idaho had a transvaginal ultrasound bill that the legislature was at least considering, if not passed. And it was killed by the Prosecutors Association.
Really?
Yeah, they looked at it and said, no, we will not enforce this. This is unconstitutional. This is a violation of privacy and women's rights. And it died.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking as someone who's been pregnant twice and has had transvaginal ultrasounds, I get infuriated when I hear about those laws. I can't even, I don't know. I get very upset when I talk about abortion rights.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's one of my things.
So is that a normal ultrasound procedure or not?
No. It's basic. I mean, a normal ultrasound, they just put jelly on your stomach and rub the little thing around and you see the image. Transvaginal, they're actually putting a probe inside of you. And the probe is how they're getting the image. And they do that a lot in early stages of pregnancy. So I had to have one with my second son just early in the pregnancy because that's how they can get the best picture that early in the development. So, I mean, yeah, it's one thing if your doctor says to you, you know, when I was pregnant, I wanted to be pregnant. I planned those pregnancies. That was just part of the deal. You know, my doctor needed to make sure the embryo was healthy and fine. But yeah, to have one because you're getting an abortion is complete nonsense. There's no reason for it. To me, it's a way to sexually assault a woman before she can have her rights. So, yeah. But there's a lot of crisis pregnancy centers that now are getting ultrasound machines so they can, you know, and those are some of the new state laws that are being passed, or that you have to look at an ultrasound picture beforehand, which, again, is just ridiculous. These aren't even medical staff that are doing it. These are volunteers that have no medical training. And
so how can they even be performing these procedures? These are medical procedures.
Well, the transvaginal ultrasounds, I don't know. I don't know if they have to have a medical professional performing those, but a regular ultrasound where it's just, an external, yeah, they can just train a volunteer to do that. They don't have to be a nurse.
But that's still a medical imaging procedure.
Mm-hmm.
That seems so weird.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing where the results you have needs the interpretation of a qualified medical professional.
But they're not interpreting it either. They're just showing you.
They're just trying to bully women into, look,
Yeah.
you have a
A
fetus
thing
inside
growing
you.
in.
It's actually alive. Look at it. You don't want to kill that.
Yeah,
That's
and they
still
will actually.
That is
Yeah.
interpretation right there.
It's bullying.
It's bullying. It's totally
It's bullying, yeah.
God
Yep,
damn.
And they'll even, I gotta move here. My leg's falling asleep. They'll go so far as to put things like "it's a boy" on the ultrasound picture and give you, or just shit like that, or "hi, mommy," or it's.
That's infuriating.
I get so angry. I've never had an abortion. I've never been in the position to have to make that decision. I've had 2 wanted pregnancies and have 2 children that are wonderful sometimes and horrify me sometimes. But
okay, at least you're fair. All right.
Oh yeah, they're exhausting. Which is why I go to sleep at 8:30 every night. But yeah, no, they use it to just completely bully women into at least feeling shame about what they're doing, if nothing else.
Oh, at first they were going to continue talking about your children.
No. My kids aren't worth talking about. The kids are boring. I don't know.
How old are they?
12 and 6. I have 2 boys.
Right.
Yeah. And the 12-year-old, when he was in 1st grade, he came home one day and told me that he got into an argument with a girl on the school bus about whether God exists or not.
Oh.
And I almost started choking and thought, oh my God, a parent's going to call me. And the way he described it was so, he's like, there's this girl and she kept telling me that God's real. And I kept trying to tell her, no, he's not. And she kept arguing with me and I couldn't understand why she wouldn't just listen to me. And I had to just kind of sit him down and say, okay, listen, let's not have that argument on the school bus anymore. Nobody's going to win that argument. Nobody's going to change each other's minds. And we've always tried to be very, with our kids, we don't, like, I think our older son was 9 the first time he decided to call himself an atheist. And I was like, no, you're really not an atheist. Your dad and I are atheists, and here's why. But you're a kid, and you have years and years to make a decision about what you believe, and that can change. And, and at the time, he was very much in that stage of, I want to be just like whatever mom and dad are. And
yeah.
So he would call himself an atheist. And he'll tell me sometimes now that he'll have some friend at school, and somehow it'll come out that the other kid's an atheist, and he'll be like, yeah, right on, me too. And but he's always been very respectful of, he used to get so surprised when he would find out that his friends went to church. He'd come home and they're like, Mom, Henry goes to church. And I'm like, yeah, most people do. We're the weird ones. Like, he just couldn't comprehend, why are all these kids going to church? I don't understand it. And
well, maybe he can just start a SSA group pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've thought about it. There was an SSA at the local high school for a little while, but I guess they kind of fizzled out and disbanded. There just wasn't enough participation. So
all it takes is the next group of kids to show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and my son's in that age group where, at 12, he's more interested in online video games than starting secular student alliances. But
that's very cool.
Dude, try it.
Try it. It's really good.
I've been smelling his pancakes for a while.
Yeah, it's pancake cider.
Oh, wow. I thought that was the apple pie moonshine, but no.
Flying spaghetti monster mug here, if anybody wants to. Fancy.
Cool. The appendage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's apple
moonshine.
Pie. Wesley and I took a trip to South Carolina for my best friend's wedding, and
we got a great little squirty in there.
Yeah, we have a distillery out there, so we brought some back. It's very delicious.
And how did the squirter thing get in there?
That's actually for coffee syrups or whatever you get at like the.
Well, because it's kind of hard to pour out of a mason jar into a shot glass, and Wesley said, "Oh, you should go get a turkey baster so we can like distribute the shots." I don't have a turkey baster, so
I'm used to using
this was
turkey
the next
basters
best
for
thing.
our shots.
Okay.
Because I'll make a gallon jar of like lemon drops.
Yeah, no, we had the turkey baster last year for Halloween or
Yeah.
Christmas.
Both.
And you left it at Luke's house.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Usually, yeah. I just don't feel like taking it home and washing it.
Nope.
You usually leave it at his place?
Yeah.
So he just
You
has
buy
like a
one
huge collection of
frequently?
turkey basters by now.
Yeah, I make amazing lemon drops. I don't think I've brought them to you guys' house.
No, I don't think you did.
We're gonna have to change it. It's Japanese liquor. It's shochu with lemons and sugar. Trust me, you'll like it.
I've had one before.
Yeah.
Or at least seen the jar.
I keep the
I have
jar.
nothing to add. I don't.
No?
I'm a terrible drinker.
I'm a great drinker. It's just horrible recoverer. That's why I stick with weed. Did I mention I'm a federal employee? Huh?
That's not smart.
My dad works for the TSA now.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very weird. He retired and he retired and got bored because
What
he's a
kind
workaholic.
of work did he do before?
He was a business owner. He and my mom owned a medical supply company actually for years and years, and they were just stressed. They're both workaholics. They were stressed out. They sold it and retired. But my dad quickly got bored, and I guess the TSA offers full health benefits for part-time work. So he basically goes to the local rural airport, checks baggage for an hour, and then watches TV for 3 hours, and then goes home. Sounds like a pretty sweet gig.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, I would do that.
I know, right?
In my shipyard, I believe you can get full medical from 26 hours. They consider 26 hours full time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the training he had to go through was insane, but he was gone doing training for about 3 months, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, and it kept dragging out. Like they told him it would be a couple of weeks, and then they told him, no, another week, and then it was another week and another week, and yeah. He was getting pretty sick of it by the end. And he doesn't have many good things to say about the federal government anymore. So. Yeah.
Well, I swore I'd never work there, but now I do, and have been there for going on 11 years. No, over 11. Shit. Fuck.
I swore I wouldn't live here as an adult, and
Yet there you
here
are.
I am, 39 and still here.
Tell you what, Washington State's pretty nice. Tell it to everybody.
Oh, I know. I've heard.
If you can afford to move.
Because that's expensive.
I do watch a lot of
cross-country.
Portlandia. Does that count?
Oh God, no!
If you can afford to move.
Don't ever go to Portland. It really
The
is
good
like that
parts
show.
of either, if you can afford to move, it's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Our jobs pay more.
If you can
See,
get
that's
the
the
job
thing, it's-
first to pay for the
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, the job market is.
Our cost of living is really low where we are, but the pay is also shitty everywhere, so
Exactly.
it evens out.
Yep.
Yeah. Things
Oh,
suck.
man.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, that's more thanks Congress.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's great. You know, every once in a while, Congress, can't make a budget, so we get, laid off for, a day or two or three, and then, then they make the schedule, then they approve the funding, and we just get a paid vacation. It's great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Becky's tapping back in.
Okay.
So you guys are just about done, huh?
We're good, man. About 2 more hours.
2 hours
Few more
more.
hours. Ugh. I'm going to sleep right after this.
Oh.
I am more warm than I am tired.
Well, go get some water.
So, okay, at this point, the next person up is going to be Chris Reed from Utah Outcast. Going to give an update on donations. We got $50 from Secular Yakking and $50 from E. Plubris Unum. Yes, we got money from a motto.
Fucking A.
The original motto.
Uh-huh.
That's old school right there.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to step outside and get some water and try to cool off.
All right.
All right.
I might be wearing shorts instead of jeans when I come back. And Amy, you're not kicked off yet. So.
Oh, I'm staying. Okay. All right.
I just need to cool off.
All right. So, Amy, tell me about your show because I was not here.
Well, I will, but first I have to say I haven't listened in a while, but I used to be a very regular listener of Ask an Atheist. It was one of the first podcasts I listened to, so it's so cool to see you guys and recognize the voices. And
I'm very glad.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But have you listened
my podcast,
to Atheist Nomads? That's the thing.
Yes, okay. I listen to tons of Atheist Nomads.
Okay.
Actually, I listen to so many podcasts now that I used to listen to nothing but atheist podcasts, and now I've been listening to a lot more true crime and murder podcasts.
If you do your own podcast, it's hard to keep listening to podcasts that are like yours, and so
and
I support the going and listening to alternate podcasts.
Yeah. But no, our podcast is basically myself and my co-host Justin, and we argue about things. So yeah, we argue about Black Lives Matter, which is so uncomfortable for me because it's just two white people discussing Black Lives Matter, and we debate about abortion and gun rights, and yeah, he's liberal, but he's more conservative than I am, so I'm kind of the socialist of the group, and he's more of I keep explaining him as more of a Richard Dawkins type. He's very into statistics and,
You can be a good socialist and still be a stats fan.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still very liberal politically, but...
I should mention that all of us here were all delegates for Bernie.
I wasn't. I was just the fangirl supporting all the delegates.
I caucused for Bernie, so...
We all did caucus for Bernie.
Oh, you live in a caucus state.
I live in Minnesota, yeah.
And
we, in fact...
Washington.
I was surprised on caucus night. I actually went there not having decided who I was going to vote for. Like, I was more of a Bernie supporter just because I'm so much further to the left. But I thought, you know what? I can be convinced. Somebody convinced me. And I love going to caucuses because I like talking to people and, meeting the people who live actually down my street that I've never met that are actual liberals. It's shocking to me. But I was so surprised when we tallied everything up because you have to pick somebody in your little precinct, to be the person that tallies all the numbers up. It was a huge win for Bernie. I mean, like an 80% win in this small rural area. I was shocked at what big of margins he won by, considering how poorly he was doing in some of the other states. It was, but yeah, I did it. I sat there staring at it going, I really don't know who I want to put down. And I finally just went for Bernie because he aligns more with my philosophies. But I've also never been able to just bash Hillary, and I kind of makes me sad to see what's going on right now with.
Hey, look,
liberals
we're joined by David Smalley.
What?
Are we joined in? We're joined in view, but in audio, not sure.
Hey guys, no, I was getting everything set up. Hi.
There he is.
Hi. Hello.
For a
not
second,
David
I
Smalley.
actually thought you were serious and that was David.
No. Maybe one day I may be as cool as David Smalley.
Sofer. Do we say Sofer?
Just X. It's
X.
the way of saying Christopher with an X and saying instead of having the Christy bit in there. So
Yep.
so edgy.
Oh.
All right, so triple X.
All right, so am I off the hook now? I can go to bed?
I suppose.
I'm not going to bed. I'm staying up for another 2 hours to watch this.
Obviously.
That's
Obviously.
totally what I'm doing. Yeah.
Well, I can say that having moved to a caucus state, it was actually really invigorating and kind of thrilling, like that first caucus that we had. For actually, it was Obama for me, and I went in as slight prefer of Clinton during that, and ended up putting down Obama as my preference at the end of the caucus. And then we didn't bother going again because Democrats say, you don't need to for the Obama second round. And this past one, overwhelmingly for Bernie in our area, in our precinct and everything, but there really wasn't the same kind of now go talk to the unconvinced people, give your speeches, try and draw them over to your side. Didn't really do much of that at all. And I don't know whether it was because it was just so overwhelmingly in favor of Bernie Sanders in our precinct, or because of the layout of the gymnasium that this was all happening in, that it didn't lend itself to being able to hear very well. But it was like, all right, one person for Sanders at the top of the hour. Are you looking up our totals?
I can't look that up.
Okay, so I guess when Dustin gets back from his breath of fresh air outside of his studio, then we'll get those totals updated. But what is the link to be able to contribute, to donate to the Treasure Valley Coalition of Reason?
Well, I would suggest people go to atheistnomads.com/light, LIGHT. From there, you can either pick Dustin's link or Lauren's link and donate to either one, but they both go to the same great charity.
All right.
So thank you so much for being on, Amy.
Yeah,
so
thank you for having me.
Yeah,
It was
don't
nice
feel bad.
talking to everyone. And...
You can go to bed right now. It's all good.
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm going to stay. Chappie and I are just going to sit and watch the show. And
Sure.
Oh, is Chappie the kitten? The huge
Chappie's the
enormous,
cat, yeah. Oh, he's not a
cat?
kitten.
There we go.
He's a monster. All right. Thanks so much. Have fun.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Dustin, you're back at the top of the hour. We've got X in from Utah, and we tried our best to do the spiel about where and how to donate and why for. Actually, we didn't do the why for. Dustin, you're better at doing the pitch for why it's
Dustin's
awesome.
got the why.
All right, let me restart the recording. Although, unfortunately, there we go.
So is this mic coming through? Did we verify? Is this mic being heard?
It sounds like it's coming through for me. Sounds good.
Okay. It is coming through. I'm not just getting picked up by
Wesley's lean right into it. Talk directly into it. I want to see.
Talking directly into it.
Yep, sounds perfect.
Cool. Sweet.
Okay, yeah, because I'm using a Y splitter for our headphones, and she can't hear herself.
Strange wearing cans and not being able to monitor my own voice on it.
Yeah, that would be weird. Okay, so why are we raising money to for Light the Night Leukemia Lymphoma Society? It's because
funny money.
They are raising money to help cancer patients as directly as possible, which is raising money to create treatments to kick the ass of blood cancers, because blood cancers suck. As somebody who was born to a survivor of Hodgkin's lymphoma, yeah, that's personal to me. And my wife, Lauren, who has gone to bed, she lost both an aunt and an uncle to blood cancers. So, fuck cancer.
Yes, indeed, fuck cancer.
And at this point, we got the new donations from Secular Yakking and E Pluribus Unum. We have a total of 4 copies of The Story of God by Chris Matheson, co-creator of the Bill and Ted movies and characters, autographed by him. He'll actually be the one mailing them out. 4 copies up for grabs. One has already been taken by Chris Tanner, who was the first person at $50. If you can beat Al Goodlive's $100, then you've got a shot for 1 copy, and then the other 2 will be going to people selected at random. So if you want to get in,
book?
Oh, and if you donate under Lauren, which you can find her link as well on the page at atheistnomads.com/live, then she'll send you a copy of her coloring book. And you also get entered in for the drawings. But you also get her drawings of carnivorous plants and other awesome native Idaho plants.
They're pretty fucking slick.
How is Idaho? I kind of miss it up there a bit.
Oh, God.
Well,
Yeah,
it's a lot more progressive than fucking Utah, man. Let me tell you that.
Well, I heard Salt Lake City is pretty decent. The rest of the area.
I'm about 30 miles north of Salt Lake, so I'm pretty smack dab in Mormonville. So
yeah.
No, the funny thing is, like, to the east of me is Hill Air Force Base, and there's lots of great people that live there. I work up there myself. And to the west of me is like towns bordering on the Salt Lake. So you got very, very strict Mormondom out here. So it's real interesting. Like, you can't go a block without hitting a church ward out here. It's hilarious.
My experience in Salt Lake City is that I was there with my little short, stout Jewish family. We're skiing over Christmas break because we don't give a shit about Christmas. It's okay. I mean, we do. Other people, that's good for other people, and that's fine. But it's like, sweet, yay, time on the slopes. And I have never felt shorter or darker in my life than I did in Salt Lake City with all of these beautiful blonde tall people. And it was contrasted to when I lived in Chile for about 7 months, where I've never felt taller or blonder.
Yeah, they are a hearty, whitesome, and delightsome bunch out here. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, I experienced that too when I was living and working in Tacoma, and I was working at a plasma center, and then the company sent me down to the Salt Lake area to work.
Oh yeah,
and I get there, and it's like everyone's white, young, and gorgeous. What the hell?
And they've all got.
That's not what I expected with plasma centers.
You have Christiansens, Jorgensens, and all these other sins.
Lots of parks.
Yeah. It's a great place to live. I like living here, but it's an odd place. Let me tell you, for people that might be listening outside the Utah area. I mean, we've got wacko liquor laws like every other place, but
but if you think that's Mormon and you have wacko liquor laws, go a little bit north to Rexburg.
Oh, Rexburg, Idaho.
Maybe Idaho, but it's so much more Utah than Utah. Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, I'm kind of curious though, because I'm a FedGov worker. Are you?
Yes, I am.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think we chatted about it a little bit, because I was like, man, if I could find something at Puget, I would move there in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah. Fucking hey, you should still.
I work on antiquated old financial systems that the government still thinks that they need to use, and so I have a very unique skill set.
We got shitloads of horrible ancient access databases, and
oh, hey, there you go.
Yeah,
a good chunk of my night is working in Access.
Oh,
when I'm
man.
not doing podcasts and stuff. So you guys look tired as fuck. I realize that you've been doing this a long time tonight.
You know, I've actually been a part of 3 of Sam's 24-hour podcast-a-thons. And granted, it's not always on the camera.
Yeah.
But I try and stay awake for the entire thing, which makes it more fun.
You get punchier.
You get loopy towards the end.
The problem with doing the 24-hour streamathons is that you are awake for about 36 altogether, because presumably you've spent a day awake, like setting up for your thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you've spent like 10 hours already, and then it starts, and then you got 24 hours to go. And I think,
oh god,
I think our maybe third or fourth one, Sam made it all the way to like hour 23 plus 40 minutes, and then he was just out and like unredeemably asleep. From that point on.
Yeah, I've nodded off during podcast recording once in a while, and it's like you're like, and we're talking about the news. Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody's laughing. You watch the YouTube later, and you're like, shit, I was asleep.
These guys have been working hard for most of the day, because I only came by around 5 hours ago.
I give you guys serious credit. This is a great thing you guys are doing, because I too have people that have survived cancer, and I have to. Unfortunately, have to go in for screenings every couple of years, because it's prevalent in my family. So I have to. It's not anything blood related. It's colon cancer. So I started having to get colonoscopies at like 22. So
yeah, but cancer of any kind Fucking sucks.
Fucking sucks. Cancer sucks. I had people in my mom's side of the family died like in their mid-20s because of this shit, because they didn't go and get it checked, and it was just like all of a sudden stage 4, bam, you're dead. You know,
Right.
Mhm.
and so fuck cancer, definitely.
Can I share with you guys a little exchange that I had on the telephone recently with some family members?
By all means.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's specifically about this particular event and Streamathon and whatnot. I said, yeah, I gotta get off the phone because I'm at friend's house and doing a benefit Streamathon, raising funds for lymphoma and leukemia and lymphoma society and whatnot. And my dad says, well, don't get leukemia or lymphoma. My father's a surgeon and he's an atheist. And I said, Dad, you can't catch it. You can't catch lymphoma from a computer screen.
You can probably get it from a toilet seat.
And then, well, then my mom says, no, not true. There was the neuro researcher that always looked at the neurologist that looked at all these gliomas, and he died of a glioma. And I said, Mom, and my dad said, yeah, and the Cushing died of pituitary tumor. And so at this point, Dad, you make a terrible scientific skeptic. And then they start saying, no, but the karma and blah blah blah. And if you're too close to it, and then I said, yeah. And the guy who discovered H. pylori got ulcers, and they said, you cheated. He gave himself those ulcers through the you guys know about the H. pylori guy? So ulcers used to be considered part, given stress and drinking too much alcohol, right?
Yeah.
And it was actually a bacteria. And to prove it, it was an Australian researcher, and he said, fine. And he prepared himself a concoction of the H. pylori, and he consumed it and then monitored himself, and he got an ulcer, and then he took antibiotics, and it was cured. And that was his way of ethically, because you don't have to go through like your ethics board if you do it to yourself, right? So finally got people to take him seriously, to actually research it. And that's how we figured out that not cancers, that ulcers are caused by bacteria. But have you guys ever run into like you're raising funds to combat a specific illness, blood cancers or not, and people say like, oh, if you're too involved in that, you know that it'll come around and bite you in the ass?
I've actually never heard that before.
I haven't.
It's fascinating.
Didn't either. And I lived with people for like 25 years of my life, right? And
wow,
I think I would know them pretty well.
Yeah, like in my family, my mom had lymphoma, and she got it from Hanford. So,
but not for raising money to say fuck cancer. She got it from
not raising money to fuck cancer. No, she was just living her life in her 20s, and she was too close to Hanford when they were doing green runs, and she got cancer because they were trying
cancer
to
from a thing that is known to cause cancer.
They were trying to figure out what happens if we release all of this radioactive toxic gas into the atmosphere. Let's track these clouds with these green runs. And they're like, oh, so we do that, and then there's these groupings of cancers. Yeah,
we had that here in Utah too, out in Tooele. We had all these uranium tailings that they poison the groundwater and the air supply and everything. So there's a lot of people that have radioactive poisoning from out that way.
Right.
Was that intentional or accidental?
I believe it was accidental.
See, with Hanford, it was intentional. They were like, okay, so we know radiation's supposed to be bad. Let's see how bad it really is.
Well, and then there was also the accidental
in the
killing
70s.
Like all of the fucking sheep that happened out in like same town, because there's a chemical weapons like disposal depot that we have out here.
It was El Chupacabras.
Yeah. Suck them goats. But people live literally like just a couple of miles away from where they're like disposing of sarin gas and mustard gas and shit. It's like, why would you live that close? Well, I guess I can't say anything. They've got nuclear warheads nearby. So
So all the stuff with Hanford in the 70s, I mean, hello, that's why we have ethics boards. It's a good thing. And people that have done scientific research. It's
not only
really hard to get around that and get your study approved. But there's a reason we have them.
We got the data on the green runs that gave my mom cancer, and she decided not to join in on the class action lawsuit, that the whole data was being presented to people to sign up for the class action lawsuit. The reason was, we know it's that bad because they did it.
So she felt that her cancer was part of the contribution to the body of human knowledge?
To the greater good.
No, it wasn't that. It was that she went with the approach of, don't judge people based on what we know now, judge them based on what they knew at the time.
Get that money. Sorry.
Well, this was in the 70s, and we knew that nukes were bad, like pretty bad, like in
the
World
late
War
40s.
II, the late 40s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of scientists that died practicing their craft, what about like people like Curie, who ooh, look at this wonderful rocket, you can see bones through it.
Yeah.
And then you had, I believe, which one was it that died during the Manhattan Project? Was it Oppenheimer, or was it one of his other guys that?
Wasn't Oppenheimer.
He was the guy that was messing with the one stone of the one thing that reached critical mass, and he had to take it off by hand. I can't remember his name.
Scientist from the Demon Corps.
Yes.
Sam's using the Googles.
No, cool. And so I remember watching it in the movie.
Oh. Sam gets credit for knowing that it was what core?
The Demon.
The Demon Corps.
Demon Corps. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Are you talking about the Demon Corps?
Everybody needs to go watch Fat Man and Little Boy. It's a great fucking movie.
I did watch it
I
in
have
history
seen that.
class, I think.
I have seen that.
Junior
It's
year?
been like 10 years for me.
Fantastic movie. I love that flick.
Now, of course, when I went to college, we still had fallout shelters.
Oh, yeah.
I enrolled in 2002, graduated 2006. We still had fallout shelters. We still had civil defense alarms because we were 40 miles from Hanford and 40 miles from the Umatilla Chemical Weapons Depot. I took part in a civil defense exercise where the scenario was sarin gas leaking out of a canister at Umatilla, and it was going to kill all of Pendleton.
Well, in
city of 16,000 people.
That's important.
Sarin's like a killer at like 4 parts per billion or something like that. It's a very efficient killer. So a whole canister of it.
And our scenario we did for this exercise was, okay, this canister ruptured. There is a cloud of sarin gas heading towards the city. What do we do?
Just sit down on your front yard and just get it over with.
I sat in the command bunker and talked on the radio.
Yeah, you did.
You want to talk about bomb shelter? A town that needs bomb shelters? I mean, we got PSNS, we got Bangor with all the Trident subs, then we got Indianola with all the tons of nukes that are
There's
out
a
there.
ton of nuclear power in Western Washington.
Yeah.
Sam, what's the update on the scientist? It was
well, the guy who died immediately
so the one that grabbed
was a scientist.
the item.
Harry Dalian Jr. He died 25 days after the accident of acute
Yeah.
radiation syndrome.
So the radiation poisoning was within a 25-day death, but then we had other
then
guys
there
who
was
died from blood cancers.
Private Hemmerly,
Wow.
Robert J. Hemmerly died 33 years later after of leukemia.
God damn. Poignant.
He got an exposure of 8 rad of neutron and 0.1 rads of gamma.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Neutron radiation is very, very bad.
Yeah. Oh man, and the stuff that's been coming out of the Soviet Union over the last 15, 20 years, it's nuts. They basically destroyed a city somewhere in Russia with a nuclear disaster that was worse than Chernobyl. Nobody really heard about it. And they did active nuclear weapons tests in a populated valley in Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan?
And they did these tests for like 20 years and kept testing. They didn't move people out. They just kept blowing up nukes there.
You're bringing me back to my age 16 sort of late night sort of pseudo-conspiracist nightmare sort of thing when you'd watch the History Channel on what happened to all the nukes post Berlin Wall and post Soviet Union, and around the same time that they made us read on the beach in 8th grade, like reading seminar class, and it terrified me. And I'm like, the nuclear cloud is going to come and kill us all. Yeah, I'm really tapping into that right now.
Scary thing isn't what happened after the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was what was going on before.
They're coming to take me away. Haha.
That we now
I
have
was
that was worse than anything that could happen.
I was a military kid growing up, and my dad was unfortunately being stationed at every strategic air command base, like that was hitting the closure list, right around the mid '80s or so.
Was he at Vandenberg ever? Was he Army or Air Force?
No, Air Force, but we never got to Vandenberg.
Okay, because that was one that was close, and that's where I spent my 1st and 2nd grade.
So, like, I was born in Texas at fucking Carswell Air Force Base in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then, like, straight from there, we went to Bitburg Air Force Base in Germany. And this is prior to the wall coming down. So there was still very much the Soviet scare that was going on. And I remember going to, like, kindergarten there, and they still had the duck and cover drills and shit like that. And just, like, that's not really going to save you from a nuke, guys. This is stuff that I mean, for me, it's early on in my life, but still, it's like not that long ago. I mean, even though I'm rounding the bases to 40, I still think about it. I'm like, fuck, that was a crazy time to be alive.
Sam had duck and cover in the middle of Chicago growing up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nuclear drills? Yeah, he's nodding his head. Yeah, he had nuclear drills.
I mean, it's crazy. If you watch the old films, I mean, all you have to do is get underneath the picnic blanket, and you'll be all right.
we actually watched those films in chemistry class when I was about 17 years old, as a way to examine like society's understanding of science and science communication. And I thought it was a fabulous unit to look at that, because clearly in 1997 or 1998, you know better than whatever is projected on the duck and cover videos, the instructional videos, and you say, how is science facts communicated to the public?
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty cool lesson.
Yeah, and I never had duck and cover, but except for earthquakes. We did get that for earthquakes later. But for nukes, I do remember about 1990, 1991 in Vale. Tiny little town, farming town.
Vale?
No way they would ever hit it with nukes. We had air raid siren tests.
Vale, Colorado?
Vale, Oregon.
Oh, Vale,
okay.
Oregon.
I was going to say Vale, Colorado's not a tiny town.
No, Vale, Oregon. Population 1,605 when I was a kid.
There's more students attending the high school I teach at than that.
Sounds like Mountain Home when I lived there.
We talked about Mountain Home earlier.
Mountain Home's at about 16,000.
Yeah, it was. I would live there in the early 90s, and so I mean it was still okay, but like they didn't have a Walmart then. They didn't have a lot of stuff out there. It was still like a good 10-mile stretch from the base to get to the town proper. And even when you got there, it's like, okay, what do we do? What do we do when we're here?
Well, to be fair, lots of places
didn't have the gear jammer.
To be fair, lots of places didn't have Walmarts in the 90s, though.
No, I mean, but I remember my folks driving us to Oregon just to go to a Walmart. They missed it that much.
Wow. Yeah, well, Mountain Home now, Costco, but the base and town meet.
Do they now? Wow. That's progress,
you just
man.
drive through the city streets and you turn left or you go into the base.
Oh.
And you're still in the middle of the city. And it's basically, other than the base, it's a commuter town to Boise.
Yeah, pretty much. I remember going to Boise just about every goddamn weekend.
There are people who do that every day.
Ugh, no thanks. No.
But it's an 80-mile-an-hour speed limit now.
Oh, well, fuck. Wow. That's better.
So it goes fast. It's just everybody else is going insanely fast.
Well, yeah, because the speed limit's 80. I might as well go 100.
Yeah.
That's okay. We get that here, too.
Idaho, so you've got 3 seasons. It's winter, construction, almost winter, and then back to winter.
Yeah, it's dropped like, not to talk too much about weather, but it's dropped like 20, 30 degrees in the last couple of days. We had 2 tornadoes here on Thursday, like middle of the town tornadoes. Yeah. Which barely fucking happens in this state. And it's like, there's snow on the mountains, and like I'm looking and people are still tearing up asphalt and getting ready to put new road down. I'm like, okay, guys, it's time to wrap it up. Winter's almost here. Come on.
Yeah. Wow. Around here in Boise, the only thing that speeds up construction, because they'll go until the first snowfall, which will be anywhere from October to January.
Yeah.
They'll risk it. The Broadway Bridge. So one of the main roads going into downtown, they had that completely torn out. They redid it this summer. Hard deadline for the first BSU Broncos football game. And goddamn, they had it done.
Wow.
Because you can't interfere with Broncos football.
You can't mess with football.
Nope.
Hey, is Pojo still open?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. A lot of my formative years in Idaho. It's about the time I got my Super Nintendo. That was a great time in my life.
Nice.
Yeah, I basically don't have a clue. When I think Idaho, I just think white supremacists. So fuck it. All right.
Yeah, you're not too far off, but
that's the Panhandle.
That's Coeur d'Alene. That's
well, that's the part we drove through, going to visit our relatives in Wyoming and Colorado.
We always drive
That's the
through
part
Coeur
that-
d'Alene, and
That's the part that should be a part of Eastern Washington.
Sam and I have this like really nice little like time every time we drive through Coeur d'Alene and stop there, because we just, when we're driving back from the Midwest or whatever, it just seems a little nicer to stop in Coeur d'Alene than to stop on the Washington side and stay there. And then we usually do the whole trek back to Western Washington the next day. But there's, what is it called? It's like the Blue Moon Pub or the Moonlight Pub or something like that. And it's a darling little pub and restaurant. And I wouldn't have experienced any white supremacists, I don't think, because, well, maybe because I'm a white girl. I don't know. But it's always been a very nice little stop for us.
So Coeur d'Alene itself is not actually white supremacist. It is the areas to the north of there. Hayden Lake areas where Aryan Nation headquarters were until the locals drove them out.
Thank goodness.
Ponderay is where you get some of the craziness that makes me ashamed to live in Idaho. And yet that should really be a part of Washington there.
And some things that ends up being very weird is that you have white supremacist groups that are very atheistic. Like, they are atheists. And you're like, no, yes, I believe that you're an atheist. You don't believe in God. We are not alike, you and I.
Yeah.
Like, your lack of belief does not mean we think alike. Not by a long shot.
I will steal Sam's 2-word definition. Atheist means no God. Past that, everything else is open. So, yeah. I don't think I have much in common with white supremacists.
No.
Your skin.
Yeah, okay, my skin. And my abundance of tattoos. They generally have many.
But the variety.
I was accused of being one recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Be like, on what grounds, sir? What grounds?
The grounds were that he didn't think I talked enough about cops killing black people. And it was right after the Dallas police were killed, and I made a statement about how people shouldn't be killing cops, but they shouldn't also have cause to. In other words, if we don't stop what's happening, we're going to have a civil war on our hands, and we don't want that. We don't want cops dying. We don't want civilians dying. And everyone has a right to due process.
dying.
I don't want anybody dying.
He thought that was white supremacist. No. I want everyone to have a right to due process.
Yeah.
And I want everyone to go home alive at night.
I want the summary executions to stop. That's what I'm tired of.
Yeah.
It's Judge Dredd. It literally is fucking Judge Dredd on the streets nowadays.
Well, even
But even Judge Dredd had reason to kill the people.
And the authority.
Yeah.
But in our Constitution, it says that you have a right to trial by jury. God damn.
So I think one of the more interesting things that came out of that was the Massachusetts State Supreme Court actually ruled that Well, they ruled in one particular case, but the implications for that ruling are that black men have a legitimate reason to flee an officer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it was in one particular situation that made the evidence gathered afterwards, inadmissible, because the person who wasn't under detention or arrest or anything like that had left and fled the officer, and then he was detained even though he wasn't a suspect in a particular thing, in a particular incident, and the Supreme Court ruled that black men have a legitimate reason to walk away, flee an officer, and not expect to be arrested and whatnot. And that was very interesting. Of course, it's
Freddie Gray happened. The same thing happened to him. He just saw cops in the area. He's like, fuck, I'm out of here. And they pursued him, and he got a rough ride, and he's dead. So thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and running isn't
Against the
grounds
law.
to get killed.
Yeah. Just like selling loose cigarettes isn't a reason to be choked to death.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're not getting your taxes. Oh.
Well, just like getting shot because your car broke down in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Probably not a reason.
Or reading a book while you're waiting for your kid to come home from school.
Or a little kid playing with a pellet gun at a park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have been killed lots of times for playing with toy guns in the park if that was the case.
Right there with
they
you.
didn't legitimately fear for their life in your case.
Well, yeah, but they also probably would have taken at least a little bit longer than like 2 seconds to pop open the door and just start shooting.
Well, also, you shouldn't ever roll up on a person that close. If you're at all, afraid of that situation, there's no way you should be up there that close. You should have distance between you and the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because every cop knows that a handgun is less effective the further away you are. Or at least they should. They should have that training to know that that's the case. But I'm not saying all cops. I'm not saying all. Yeah, we're not doing that whole.
They should also know that toy guns aren't very effective at a distance.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't know it was a toy gun.
They're toys.
So what's Utah Outcasts do?
Well, Utah Outcast is a panel of three of us. Usually we'd have Kyle and Felicia joining us tonight, but they're more exciting people on a Saturday night, I think.
Did you tell Felicia?
No, don't. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, she loves that one.
That one.
She loves that one, let me tell you.
I'm sure she does, because it's not like in my life I've ever gotten, oh my God, Becky, look at her butt, right? And now I just have to just own it and like introduce myself as Becky with the good hair.
We're three very out and about atheists living the good life here in Utah. Felicia is actually the current sitting president for Atheists of Utah. We got about a couple of hundred atheists on the group there. Was there a bee? You okay?
No, Wesley's scratching his beard. It's getting picked up by the mic, and it's making me go like this. There's no bee in the house. No.
Well, anyway, we're three out and about atheists, like I said, and we do the show. Primarily, we just do like a whole bunch of news, and we play right-wing audio a bunch of the time, and we make commentary on it because it's easy to make fun of Pat Robertson. I mean, it really is low-hanging fruit, but God damn it, it's fun.
Pat Robertson, we called everyone's favorite racist grandpa. Who was it?
Yeah. Who was everyone's favorite racist grandpa, Sam? Billy Graham.
Oh, that was Billy Graham.
Yeah.
Billy Graham is everyone's favorite racist grandpa. But I think at this point, Pat Robertson counts too. At this point,
Jim Baker counts as well because we talk about him a lot as well.
Okay.
And,
well, yeah, but not everybody's favorite racist grandpa. I mean, he just wants to sell you buckets of slop.
Yeah, but if you the story of Jim Baker is so much more interesting than what he's currently slopping to people. What do you guys got there? What you got?
Hand sanitizer.
Yeah, moonshine. Yep, I knew exactly what it was. No, we're doing shots now, are we?
That was like 1/2 sip.
Yeah. How was it? Was it good?
It tastes like charoset.
Just say apple pie.
But it's not. It tastes like springtime Passover childhood to me. Okay. It's apple pie flavor.
The bitter herbs and the
No bitter herbs in this. No. I didn't muddle any basil. No.
No, okay, good.
No, okay, so charoset is minced apples and walnuts and cinnamon and raisins and red wine.
Oh, sounds like.
And you make it into like a little pasty thing. It's supposed to mimic the mortar that.
Do you bake it?
No, you don't bake it. It's like a little fruit salad pasty weird thing.
Sounds
And it's
fucking delicious, though.
It is. It's really, really good. That's the Ashkenazi form of charoset. And then you eat it on matzah. And it's supposed to mimic the mortar that the Hebrews fake used to fake build the fake Egyptian
not
pyramids,
real pyramids,
because
yeah.
that didn't even really happen. But charoset mortar. So that's what it tastes like. It does taste like apple pie, but the oatness of it and like the nuttiness of that's I don't know. It just reminds me.
They fucking hit everything in there. I mean, the apples, the cinnamon, the oats. I mean, like the pie crust. It's all in there.
There's
It's
even like
really
a little
good.
buttery kind of like butterscotch buttery thing.
I'll have to go get some. Oh wait, tomorrow's Sunday. They're not open on Sundays.
Oh, that was
feel
a cool thing when I shortly after I moved to Idaho, the state liquor board actually opened up the liquor stores after noon on Sunday.
Oh.
I grew up in a dry town.
But they made the change.
Yeah.
Massachusetts, you couldn't even buy wine or beer in a grocery store. You had to go to a liquor store for everything in Massachusetts.
That's
wow.
Well,
Yep.
no, we can get 3-2 shit like at the gas station around the corner and stuff. But there's a certain time of the night where they can't even sell it to you anymore. Where they're like, sorry, you can't sell you alcohol right now.
We have that between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Yeah.
It just won't. So if you're in the 7-Eleven at the like 1:48 in the morning, that's when the bars have done last call, and right before the 7-Eleven closes for being able to sell alcohol, and we call it beer o'clock.
So
And
to battle the fun strict liquor laws we have here.
Sammy's got a carboy.
Hey!
It's
nothing right now.
Nothing.
It's really easy to make.
I know it should never be empty. It should always be fermenting something. But
So what do you brew?
Yeah.
I
You're
make
in
a lot
Utah.
of I make a lot of the heavy gravity kind of beers. It's amazing the stuff you could buy on Amazon. I mean, we've got great local beer supply stores, but I buy a lot of stuff on Amazon because the kits are fucking amazing there. So the last one I made was a pumpkin stout that came out to be like 12%. It was amazing.
Pumpkin stout at 12%. That sounds like Northwest Brewing.
I like everything in that statement but pumpkin.
Well, it's one little can of pumpkin for 5 gallons. So, I mean, you just get a note.
The only thing that should be pumpkin.
Sam asserts that the only thing that should be pumpkin is a stout.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You don't pumpkin ales and stuff. I'm like,
You've got some really good honey culture. I don't know what that is.
No,
Is it
mead.
Apiary, apiculture.
Apiary, yeah.
So you could do some good meads and some good honeyed ales and ciders and things like that.
Yep, and we actually have some decent wineries up here. Crazy to think that we can actually get good wine in this state, but we have a couple of really good wineries around here. One, a couple of blocks from my house, I can go get some stuff from. I mean, not now because it's 11 o'clock on a Saturday. I think they legally have to close at a certain time. Fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
And who wants to be home with their family on a Saturday night? Come on.
Fucking loser.
Oh, actually, really good beer I've had was in Utah at the airport in Salt Lake.
Squatters?
Outer Darkness.
Oh, yes. Outer Darkness is one of my favorites. I've got...
What was crazy was it's like 10.5%, 11%. They had to sell it by the bottle.
This guy right here.
Yep.
Ooh,
So
scary.
I had to drink the whole bottle before my flight because they couldn't sell it.
Comes
Yeah,
out to
it
be
was
it's 10.5%. They sell it only in this giant big ass
Is it
wine bottle
20s?
size.
Oh, it's a wine. Yeah.
1 pint 9 ounce, so 25 ounce.
So I had a good buzz when I got on my flight.
Oh yeah, this is all you need for a good night.
I still had a little bit of that buzz when I got into Boise.
You're like, wow, that was a good beer. That's one of the best stouts we've got in the state. Squatters is really fucking cool. I got to do a tour of their brewery a couple of weeks ago. It was really neat. They have a co-op going between them and Wasatch, so they brew and bottle a lot of the stuff out of the same place, and then they sell it in their own individual stores. So
Mm-hmm.
it's really good.
And They're
Say
the ones that
25
put on the
ounce?
Mormon sacrilege. which
Yeah,
is
1.9 ounce. So one
That's
pint
like
is
really close to a 750 mil.
Yeah, I think it's the same size bottle. They just have to put the empirical measurements on there. So they don't want to use that damn dirty metric system.
Yeah. That would be un-American.
American. But yeah, huge beer connoisseur. I just haven't really had very much recently.
Oh man, we need to get you out here.
I know. Problem is, I like beer too much.
No, this is the whole of good beer.
I think he said it's a problem. The too much, the excess.
Too much. I like beer too much. I put on like 40 pounds in the last 2 years from drinking.
We'll double that. Don't worry, we'll double it.
No, that's okay. I don't need it.
Only come to Boise for beer if you like IPAs.
Well, I love IPAs too.
Oh,
their IPAs here are supposedly amazing. I hate IPAs. And they have a way of making everything else taste like an IPA. Like I've had stouts that taste like IPAs and porters that taste like IPAs.
They just need to clean their tap lines better.
Same brewery.
Blondes that taste like IPA. I think they just use the same hops for everything.
Same brewery. This one's called Hop Rising, and this guy right here, he's an atheist.
So this is an actual atheist. This is an actual person that was drawn onto the label.
No, this is one of the brewmeisters for the place. His name is Jason Stock. He's a really fucking cool guy. Does tours out of there all the time, but he's a member of the atheist group. So
sweet.
It's really cool. It's really cool having this like counterculture here in Utah because I mean, you take 2 steps out of your house and you're surrounded by Mormons.
Yeah.
And then you see somebody with the Scarlet A on their car. You're like, yeah.
You know, in the Seattle area and Tacoma area, you used to see a Darwin fish or something like that, or the Scarlet A on their car and a bumper sticker, and you could sort of look into the car and be like, "Oh yeah, it's so and so." You know, "Oh yeah, it's this person." And you know, I moved here in August of 2007. And that was pretty much the case. And since then, like I'll see the big T-Rex eating the Jesus fish with, you know, high-fiving the Darwin fish, and I'll see a whole bunch of stuff. I'll see a CFI sticker, I'll see a, you know, whatever, and I won't know the person.
Thank you, internet. Thank you.
Well, it is. It's thank you, internet, in like kind of an eye-rolly way, but it also is kind of like, hey, this makes it easier for people to feel comfortable with this.
Yeah.
The fact that internet commerce means that you can get whatever car decal sticker you want, and you just kind of see it there, and okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And
see, and I say more, less of a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, but more of a lot of people, especially living here in Utah, Mormon kids, they're told, believe what you're told by your elders, by your parents and stuff like that. And now we've got an age where people have been like, they came around when the internet was established and fully functioning. And so they learned early on, hey, I can get facts here that my parents aren't giving me. And so they're like, who's more crazy, my old man or 3,000 people that contribute to this thing? You know? So, I mean, I know you should cite Wikipedia as a source, but on some things it's pretty ironclad, you know?
there's been some really good studies actually on certain like not genres of information, but just the sort of like areas of information where Wikipedia is excellent and as accurate as, you know, the vetted encyclopedias, and some places where it's absolutely terrible. And some of the things that are really interesting is like one of the places that holds up really well in terms of accuracy and completeness is like TV show summaries, because all you need is one person who's obsessed with Charmed for whatever reason, and like they do a whole Wikipedia entry and it's like completely on target. All the citations are there. It's like there's already a Charmed wiki. Why the hell do we have to upload it to Wikipedia? But somebody does, right? I'm just trying to pick the most ridiculous, cheesy, obscure show from
Don't talk shit about that show. No.
early 2000s. Hey, you know what? It occurred to me
That's a good show.
we recently did a little review of atheists' portrayal in fiction, either in programs or in books and things like that. And I'm thinking, Jesus, for people that are pagans, the only portrayal of pagans in fiction and in programs is Buffy And like because Willow, the character, she's a Wiccan and she does witch magic, and then she gets addicted to witch magic, and it's all this big like side storyline of addiction. Or Charmed, and it's like, oh man, you guys got kind of screwed.
What about like Bewitched?
Yeah, what Samantha was no.
that's you might as well say Harry Potter at that point. We're talking about like actual like people who affiliate with earth-based pagan European, Wiccan or non-Wiccan heathen sort of religious traditions. You got Charmed and you got Buffy. Sam's chiming in there.
Becky, I learned in high school, by Adventist high school, that the Harry Potter books, the author on the website actually had directions on how to perform real spells.
Obviously.
Like embedded in there? I mean,
no,
Expecto Patronus isn't a real spell.
We didn't actually have decent internet access, and few of us had any internet access there in the mountains of Southern Oregon. So we couldn't actually fact check this, but our teacher said that yes, it's real witchcraft. She's got the guys to doing the real thing, and Satan will steal your soul.
Yeah, that shit's legit.
You sound like the kid from Clerks 2, where he's like, my youth counselor, he told me that Transformers came from Jesus because it's okay because God created the cartoon. And
yeah,
sorry, not Pokemon.
The GoBots are still the trailer park. Yeah.
Oh, fucking GoBots! Leader 1, go suck an ass, dude. Ugh. I hated
Sam, we're on
GoBots.
Transformers. Sam.
And Transformers and GoBots.
We actually did figure out that there is a Transformer who's an atheist.
I want you guys to write it down. Anybody that's a Transformers fan needs to know about this group. I've been trying to signal boost them. They're called the Cybertronic Spree.
Cybertronic Spree? Atheist?
They are a Canadian cover band that performs nothing but the soundtrack to the motion picture, the 1989 Transformers motion picture.
Oh, the good one.
Is this Orson Welles?
Yes, like one of them. The lead guitarist dresses up like Unicron.
Yes,
nice.
You have the guy that does vocals and bass. He dresses up like Hot Rod, and you have RC that does vocals and plays keyboard. And then one of the other guys wears like a construction outfit, like one of the adults in the Transformers lore. And they have like a hype man on stage that dresses up like what is his name? Soundwave, the boombox guy.
Yeah, Soundwave. Yep.
But they've got lots of videos out on YouTube, and I've fallen in love with them in the last couple of weeks. I'm like, this is so so goddamn random, but it's like I love this because it's part of my childhood, and these guys are just living their dream doing this stuff. I'm like, go you guys are fucking cool.
Oh yeah, so, and that kid's name from Clerks too. I believe that was Elias.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Love so as a kid, I actually only got to watch the Saturday morning cartoons for 1 year.
Mm.
That was the 1 year we didn't go to Adventist church when I was 6 to 7. And
about what year was that?
What was that?
About what year was that?
91.
Okay.
1991.
Fuck, I'm old.
And I loved Transformers almost as much as I loved Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That would have been Gen 2 at the time too, I think.
And I don't remember Transformers from when I was a kid.
X-Men, the animated series, should have been out.
At all. So I saw the movies. It was like, and I've recently watched Transformers Prime, and it was like, okay, this is kind of cool.
It's a great show.
A kid's cartoon from like 2012. And then they did a spin-off at the end, and Bumblebee, after Optimus dies, goes back to Earth, and it's just
spoilers.
Terrible.
Oh god,
it's terrible. Optimus always dies.
Yeah, but he's Jesus, so he comes back every couple of seasons, or at the end of something happening. No one ever dies in cartoons and comics. Come on. Well, except Ted Kord. Ted Kord's fucking dead.
No, there's two people in comics. They're both Spider-Man. It's Uncle Ben and Gwen Stacy.
I don't know. She's Spider-Gwen right now in the alternate reality.
Yeah, I don't know how that works because those are the two that are always supposed to be dead.
Well,
but they always die, and they're back in the next incarnation.
But Spider-Gwen is pretty badass.
Yeah,
Her and X-23 have got a pretty cool spin-off. Yeah. It's like a West Coast Avengers, I think.
Probably. Marvel's not my forte, but I still love them.
I'm supposedly Hugh Jackman's not in the he's
He's
his
going to
next
do this
Wolverine
last
comes out, he's
one.
gone.
Yeah.
And then hopefully the rumor is they're going to keep Wolverine around, which means that would be X-23.
Which would be really neat because they'll get somebody a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but a female Wolverine, she's pretty badass in the comics.
Yeah. Well, the
well-rounded character.
From what I heard, they're trying to do a Old Man Logan kind of arc with this next movie coming out, and I don't know how they're going to do it without a lot of the main characters because they're owned solely by Marvel now. Not Marvel Fox.
Mm-hmm. But as
so
they
Hulk
point out,
can't be in it, so he can't have the gamma radiation inbred kids that are in the Old Man Logan storyline. You can't have blind Hawkeye.
But how's the Old Man storyline work when, as they make clear in X-Men Origins, he's already like 200 years old, and
this is way in the future.
Yeah, this is
a long ways in the future.
Yeah.
Well, no, because Kingpin's still alive, and I mean it's not like very, very far ahead in the future, but the villains win. That's pretty much all there is to it. And they divide the country between the different bad guys. So Doom gets a chunk of the country. Hulk gets like the Nevada, Idaho area of things. It's a great comic though. I mean, I just wonder how they're going to do it. I'm sure they'll fuck it up because they tend to do that with their movies. But
hey, I got a question. So many of the
Utah.
Pretty much.
That what he's in Hulk gets Utah?
Yeah.
No, Zombie Joseph Smith gets Utah.
What was your question, Becky?
Go Becky.
I'm thinking about this because you seem to have at least some interest and knowledge that is more wide-ranging than mine in a lot of the comic book characters and whatnot. There's so much about there's so much introduction to the characters based on toxic waste or nuclear accidents, right?
Yeah.
So have any of the comics ever taken on something like instead of mutating you with awesome powers, they've actually just fucking given you leukemia? Like because I know that there are like different like lines of comics that will do something about some important social thing. Is that something
like for the super soldier program for Captain America? There were a lot of failed super soldiers that came out of it. I mean,
what about the
Red Skull was
Inhumans?
failed. Yeah, the Inhumans.
The Terrigen Mist.
The Terrigen Mist only works on a couple of people.
And I think the rest, there was quite a few people that they don't really
turn into bad things or mutants, or not mutants in the sense of like X-Men kind of thing, but
yeah, they're like failed bad things.
But there's no like major character that like as part of their character arc and story and whatnot.
Yeah, Bruce Banner's never gotten like leukemia.
Yeah, I don't know if Bruce Banner gets leukemia.
He should, realistically.
But he dies in the comics.
Merrick's trying to ask if Deadpool counts.
Gamma radiation doesn't make you powerful. I mean, it gives you fucking cancer.
Deadpool did have like cancer everywhere, but
yeah, that's the Abomination.
Yeah, but no, I mean his mutation was actually curing himself.
Oh yeah, that was Deadpool. That's right.
Yeah.
Where it's just like this homeostasis where like your body's replenishing your cells faster than cancer can eat them up. So,
yeah.
So it's going to leave you looking like what the hell they call it, a topographical map of your face was dragged all over a topographical map of Utah or some shit like that. I was like, yay, Utah.
Looks
I'll
like
take it where I can get it, even though it's an insult.
Looked like your face was fucked by an avocado that got fucked by an uglier avocado.
Love that movie.
You guys haven't seen Deadpool yet, have you?
We have not been.
Oh
we have
man,
not seen Deadpool.
Oh man, that's such a goddamn good movie. It was a movie made for Ryan Reynolds.
He's been trying to get that made for like 10 years.
Yeah. the inside jokes, especially if you're a comic book or even like a movie comic nerd, you're just like, holy shit, they rip apart fucking everything. Like the Green Lantern movie.
His appearance, Super Suit Green or animated.
And animated.
And if you don't get the inside jokes like I didn't, it's a terrible, terrible waste of time.
You hated him breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, that's
I also hated that. I don't care. I despise it.
in the fighting game where you get to pick X-Men characters. Have you ever seen this one? Let's see. There was the I can't remember what fighting game it was. I think it was a Capcom versus Street Fighter 3, or no, whatever the fuck it was. one of the Capcom games where they introduced all these fighting characters in it, and there was Deadpool was in it, and his signature like super special move after you charge up his bar is that he takes like the other dude's life bar and beats the shit out of him with it, like in the game. That's great. But that's because he has some sort of awareness. Yeah.
If you appreciate breaking the fourth wall, that's great. And if you
I love it.
if you don't like the breaking of the social contract that is the suspension of disbelief in a movie.
Oh, come on. Stanley Kubrick did it in 2001.
And I also didn't like that movie.
Oh.
The end of Ferris Bueller, which Deadpool read.
Get out of here. The movie's over.
All movies I didn't like.
or the occasional just look at the camera kind of thing that he would do in that movie. I loved it.
Like, really?
Because you're not supposed to do that. That's why I like it. You're not supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Don't look at the camera.
I'm paying you to look at the camera now. All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a sampling of some of the kind of shit you'll get on Utah Outcast. We have about every couple of weeks we do a segment specifically on geek stuff that's going on.
I want to be part of that.
I'd like to do a spin-off of doing the show where we just do geeks and sci-fi and stuff like that, but I don't have the time between like producing that show and doing all the show notes and all that fun stuff. I barely get time to watch like an hour of TV during the week, and like, fuck, I'm busy. I'm sure you guys can relate.
I've spent a lot of time cutting down on how much time I spend working on the show.
Yeah, I'm working on simplifying the workflow because there's got to be a better way.
Like, I've got it down to editing takes me about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's a good time.
And yours are fairly long. I mean, if your editing takes about 2.5 hours, your shows sometimes can go as long as that.
Hour plus.
Yeah. Hour 40 minutes is not unheard of for Atheist Nomads.
Yeah, we put out about two hours each week. And
our first 60 episodes, 60 plus, were 2 to 2.5 hours a show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and since then it's been an hour to an hour and 15. If it's much longer than that, I cut it.
I can't do it. They're all my children. I can't let them go. The time-consuming part for me is the YouTube aspect of it. And I know you guys use Libsyn, so your guys' stuff gets published automatically, but I actually put the video together, so I have to make a video look pretty for the people to consume.
I tried that, and I hated it.
I like it. I wish I had more time to do it. I feel like sometimes I'm like, okay, well, that's the best it's going to get with this much work. So here you go, world.
For the amount of extra work it took, there wasn't high enough yields. And it was like, nope, I'm not continuing to do this. This is stupid. Nobody wants to watch a talking head for an hour.
Yeah.
They want to listen to that while they do something else.
That's true.
Yeah.
And here we are raising money for blood cancers as talking heads for 12 hours.
See, there's something to it.
And we still have viewers.
Holy shit.
It's fucking awesome. Hi, guys.
So,
yeah.
Are we headed into almost our final hour?
Yeah.
Almost.
We are about to, yes. So let's look at the count. So on Lauren's page, she's gotten 2 donations for $20 each. Cool. So those are people are getting coloring books, and will also be entered into the running for 2 copies of The Story of God. And I have to sign back in because fuck you.
See, we've had you on the show before, Dustin, but I tried to get Wesley on one time, but that's right around the time you lost your laptop. So
yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, yours was I think some sort of vigil that you had to go to or something. I can't remember what it was. It was a number of months ago. You went to some sort of thing at night. I can't remember what it was.
You get some geeky stuff going on, I will geek the fuck out
for sure. Yeah, because I mean, one of the Felicia's not much of a huge geek. Like Kyle and I are the big geeks. He's a co-host on a show called the Nerd Dome podcast,
Oh.
where you have 6 comic book geeks literally in the back room of a comic book shop talking about the stuff that's going on. And
okay, so you need to pull up your podcast player of choice and add this show to your collection.
I'm bringing it up now.
You will absolutely adore this show.
What's that?
Radio versus the Martians.
Yes, and if you are a comic book fan, you will definitely love this.
If you like anything geeky, you will love almost every episode.
They also do side shows that are in this feed. One's called Hex and
From
Violence.
Mike Gillis and Casey Doran, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hex and Violence, which is a show about Jonah Hex. And they also do Podcast La Vista Baby, which takes a view of Arnold's movies in no particular order. And they just...
Yeah,
that sounds fucking amazing.
Mike and Casey were originally co-creators of the show, of our show, Ask an Atheist with Sam. Are you wanting to get in on this?
No, I wanted to tickle you.
Okay.
Oh, hey, I heard you on a couple episodes back with the Ask an Atheist thing. I remember hearing about that. Yay!
So yeah, that's I'm Becky and that's Sam and we're
hi guys.
So and Wes has been on Ask an Atheist.
I've been on a number of times.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I was on once. That was cool.
Well, let's see. Prior to, I was going to say my co-host Kyle. He, along with being on that one podcast, he is a local movie critic here in Utah. So he goes to a lot of showings, and so he gives a lot of information. And I started a website, 8-9 years ago called Watch Play Read. It was originally called Media Whore Network because I just wanted free stuff. But, hey, it's the hour.
Media Whore Network. I like that.
Yeah, it's not that anymore.
Thank you, X, for joining us.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys. It's been a lot of fun.
Hello and goodbye.
Hey, goodbye. See you guys.
And don't forget to get in touch because I want to be on the show for that.
Oh, for sure, man. We'll do.
For anything, really. So
yeah,
right.
I'll have to schedule you back on. Talk to you guys later. Good luck.
All right.
See ya.
Bye. Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
How are you, sexy?
I'm special. Hi guys. It's a weird honor to be here.
You are the last.
I've been up for more than 40 hours. So
this show is going to be amazing.
Game.
40
wow.
hours.
Okay.
This is going to be awesome.
I do need to give the update on where we're at.
All right. Where are we at?
We are at a grand total of $527.38 raised today.
Sweet.
Right on.
The highest amount, single amount, is $100 from Alex Goodlive. So right now he is in the running to win one copy of this. Chris Tanner gets a copy for the first person, being the first person to get to $50, and a bunch of other people are also in the running for the other 2 copies of The Story of God from Chris Matheson, the co-creator of the Bill and Ted movies. So if you want to get on that, either beat $100 or take your chance at getting one of the other 2 copies that will go to a random winner.
All right.
And we are raising money to defeat blood cancers because they fucking suck. They need to die. We need to beat them and all that good stuff. And we are
With
now
science.
joined by Jonathan Areola from the Too Deep, Too Fast podcast. Welcome.
TDTF pod. Absolutely. Hey guys, it's good to be here.
Areola like the nipple?
Actually, a mispronunciation. I get that a lot. I used to be called Mr. McNips back in high school. So
oh, sorry. Sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. Nip McGee was another one. Nip Master. Nipple Twists.
Hey, don't feel too bad. My last name is Benetti, so I got like Boner Man, Boner Donor, Boneretti.
Boneretti. That's nice. Boneretti. Hey, at least you know it functions. That's good. That's good. You know, you can only say that much.
Just got called asshole.
What's the correct pronunciation?
Areola.
Sweet.
You got to roll that R, yo.
I can't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But
My wife can't either. It happens all the time.
I'm unable to.
Yeah, sorry, man. I've never been able to roll that to roll R's. And yeah.
Or you just go REO. That works just fine. Anyhow, hi guys.
Hello.
Hey.
All right. So yeah, curing it with cancer. That's it's. I actually have a lot of cancer survivors of different kinds in my family. Breast cancer specifically, I have an aunt that she's been surviving for 15 years. I got another aunt that's been on it for 20. It's something that runs in my family, so it's very likely to be passed on to my kids. So it's a highly likelihood that cancer is going to be somewhere in my lifespan. So this is something that's pretty close to me. So I'm glad to be here. That's
awesome.
The whole idea.
Well, awesome as in that fucking sucks, but I'm glad you're here as well. So
yeah, me too. I would actually like to be asleep right now, but hey, that's okay. You got to make sacrifices for the
What
cause.
time zone are you in?
I think we had this conversation. That's Mountain Daylight Savings Time, MDT.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm that guy. Where are you at?
Sorry, I get confused. Out in a little town, Carbon County, southern Utah.
Oh my!
Hi. We just flooded recently. Actually, we had this big flood that came through, and I was out there throwing sandbags, and it was up from 9 o'clock till 5 out there. And I work a desk job, so I'm not exactly in the best of shape.
Yeah,
so I'm a little tired from that too. Yeah, so there was a bunch of houses that flooded, and it was over there trying to help as best we could. And there's the water we were thinking might have been about hip high, and it came up about chest high. So those houses are done for. 2 years ago, we had another one, and they had to do some demolition and stuff. So, yeah, it's been busy. Hi.
Holy shit!
I'm gonna see how many times I can say hi. I feel high.
Okay, so tell us about your show.
Okay, so I just barely started, quite honestly. I started back in March. The thing that I want to do with it is that I want to do something that's kind of like a mishmash of some of my favorite podcasts that do a lot of more, oration style things, where you have that first segment that's just like a prepared speech. I wanted to get my chops wet again by doing writing some more, and so writing a 15-20 minute segment, the whole podcast is about that long, and just me by myself on my lonesome doing some writing and trying to get my writing skills back up, because one of these days I do intend to run for political office, and I figured speech writing might be something of worth.
Generally pretty handy thing to have. Yeah.
Atheist podcast.
Yeah, eventually.
Such a good idea for political office.
It'll be fine by then. By the time my kids are both in school and I got my educations downs, then yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be fine by then.
All right.
I think we're winning. Are we winning?
But you said you're in
We're winning.
Oh yeah, Utah. Ignore that part. Don't think about the Utah part. Well, as long as you just exclude 60% of the population as human beings, then you can count that. They're like zombies, really, in some aspects, and kind of like really interesting car salesmen that want you to wear the special magic white underwear underneath. But it's a thing. It's a thing.
Come on, those things are bulletproof. Don't fuck with them.
That's true. They also can cure scurvy, I think was one thing I heard about. I don't know. This is entirely conjecture. I really don't care enough to research that kind of thing. That's not my bag. It's not like, was it
they
Thomas
infuse
in the Bible?
vitamins?
Does that? Yes. Why not? It's like a second liver, actually. That's why they can't drink alcohol, because it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's like Old Man Logan trying to hit the bottle of scotch.
We were just talking about him. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna go for Superman, but yeah, totally. Logan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Superman. But Superman sucks a lot. I dislike him thoroughly.
Oh boy.
As a non-human being.
Talking New 52 or what? Man.
I honestly don't know enough about comic books to really go into an argument. It's more of like a completely unsubstantiated claim of dislike.
That's
so
fine. I'm not.
I know
a
it's
Superman
simply
fan.
we're closer near.
You know, it.
Heart, so,
I feel the
I'm not going to go
same
too much.
about comic books, but that hasn't stopped Mike from making me the bad guy on about 5 different episodes of his show. So
You are kind of the heel.
yeah.
Because Mike of Radio versus the Martians, which we just discussed on the last one. Not that Mike was the guest, we just talked about him and his show.
So-
he, as I recall, he loves Superman.
Well, and Aquaman. Though not as much.
Why Aquaman? I still don't get it.
I don't either, but that's his license plate. I'm not even joking.
He loves an underdog. I know that much. He got me.
Well, and I like the Cleveland Browns, but still.
Yeah. Well, I used to say I'm a Cubs fan, but it doesn't work the same way anymore. But yeah, he likes the underdog, and actually, he got me an issue. He bought me a #1 from Aquaman's New 52, and it was actually pretty good. You know, he does all the stuff that Superman does, just with fish.
Yeah, just underwater.
Yeah.
Okay,
That sounds
both
so horrible.
versions of Aquaman I've seen, or all 3 versions or whatever, he's always been a dick.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure you're not confusing him with the other undersea guy who just runs around in a Speedo?
Yeah, Namor is a dick.
No, I'm talking about Aquaman. He's every version I've seen of him he's a dick.
So the thing I was about to say is I am so out of my depth here, but then I realized what I was saying and
But
nearly
let's
killed my.
just say, if you are generally interested in geekiness, you should check out Mike's show, Radio versus Martians.
It's on the list. It's on the list, along with so many others.
Oh,
and that's
man.
the thing that getting into podcasting, listening to you guys for, I can't remember how long. It's just the thought of like, I'm going into this thing in like a saturated market, and really, what am I honestly going to contribute to this whole shebang? And thinking like, it's going to be an uphill battle. I'm going to suck for a long time. And once I get the kinks figured out, then I might be okay. And that's honestly good enough for me. Okay is okay.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what's going to make the biggest difference is when you get somebody that writes you a letter saying, you know what, you really helped, or thank you. This meant a lot to me. It'll happen sooner than you think.
Yeah.
It probably already happened.
Yeah, I seem
So
I seem to
far,
recall getting a letter like
some of
that.
them.
We've had 2.
Yeah. As a matter of
we've had a
fact,
few.
like
They're amazing.
Sam's show was the first atheist show that I listened to, and it was how long ago? It's got to have been at least 2 years, maybe longer.
No,
Something?
longer than 2 years.
Oh,
How long have we been talking to Jonathan?
God, me and Dustin have been doing the show for 4.
Ariella?
Almost 4.5 now.
Yeah, 4 years plus. Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus
Sam,
Christ, who I don't believe in. That's a
we've
long
been
ass
doing
time.
Atheist Nomads for 4.5. You've been doing Ask an Atheist for at least 6 or 7.
No, I'm just since I've been talking to Jonathan here. Yeah, he's one of the very memorable series of emails I've gotten for feedback for the show, and no,
That is one way to
positively.
put it. Sure.
Yeah, and I was
okay.
really excited to find out that because you would write these like really eloquent stuff, and I'm like, why don't I just give him the microphone? And and for a long time I couldn't mention you by name, and then finally just a few months ago I was like, yeah, I've decided to do my own podcast. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's how it's done.
That's good.
Guys.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's how I got started. Was I was listening to Chariots of Iron, and they went through a pamphlet on the Sunday Law, and they had a question they couldn't figure out. How do you get a day in prophecy equals a year thing? And so,
Is this the National Sunday Law pamphlet?
uh-huh.
I just got my first copy of that.
Oh,
last
nice.
Sunday. Yeah.
So I sent them like a rather lengthy explanation of how Adventist eschatology works. It was short enough that Eli was able to print it off. He put it on his bulletin board, and it sat there for a year. Like, he responded with, "We need to get you on." And it took probably a year and a half, 2 years to get on. But within a few episodes, I went on, and they needed me back to continue since I had way too much material prepared. I ended up being on 6 times, and then when they stopped doing their show, we started Atheist Nomads.
Yep.
Very cool.
Bam. The origin story.
Yeah.
In a world several years ago, things happened. It was awesome. And now podcast. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Have I ever really gotten into how Ask an Atheist got started? I mean,
before the PBS?
Well, I was trying to get a radio show started for a long time, or perhaps a podcast. And I tried to get people involved and tried to turn it into a community thing. Didn't really work out. A lot of people interested, not a lot of people willing to work on it. So I just sort of developed the show myself, and it was actually called Part of the Problem, which was I had it set aside as 24 episodes, 2 episodes per month for 1 year in 3-month phases, where we would cover one major topic all the way through. And it was basically a discussion of why I was uncomfortable with the atheism community, and not so much as the atheist community sucks and here's why. It was actually what I figured it would be is here is all of my misconceptions about the atheism community being burned out, and maybe 1 or 2 of them being, reinforced. And I was working on it slowly, and then I got on the board of Seattle Atheists, and Mike shows up, and he's like, "Well, I'm joining the board of Seattle Atheists, and I'm going to start I want to start a atheist cable access show, and I need people to work on it." And I'm like, "Done." Notes go out the window, and we start working on that. And it was me, Mike, Jeremy Whitman, Casey Doran. We're just kind of going through the motions with Scan, cable access company that also showed hardcore pornography at times and crazy conspiracy theories that suggested that ISO 9000 was licensed at murder people. And and
I mean, that's totally logical. I understand.
No, absolutely. Scan was nuts. And and then once Scan closed, because they either had to fund Parks or Scan, and that's a pretty easy decision to make, we took it to radio. And then I brought out the Part of the Problem notes, and most of what I wrote for that ended up in between sort of like seasons 3 and 8 of Ask an Atheist. And in fact, there's one episode I've never done that only one now. In fact, there was a line in there that was shoot for the moon, interview James Randi.
Nice.
And the only one I haven't done is the episode covering theory. And then, like the word theory and the different meanings behind it, and why we're wrong about using the word theory, and why scientists are wrong about using the word theory and stuff like that. It's sort of a sociolinguistics thing. And, because that's fun. And then after that, I'm like, well, crap, I'm out of crap. And kind of evolved into the mess you see today, or hear today, I suppose.
A little bit of both. Who knows?
Nice.
It's not that I have cameras set up in your room and I can't see you. Aside from this one here, it's just in the underwear drawer. You probably want to throw the red ones out. It kind of makes you look like a strawberry. Just throwing it out there.
I hate to tell you, but that ain't underwear.
Oh. That explains so much. I have a lot of pictures on my computer I need to delete. Never mind. Any other topics?
Okay, so
earlier in the show.
Good job.
Oh, shoot.
Yes.
I don't even know.
I don't know how to back out of this one.
I'm at the end.
DDTF. What are you going too deep, too fast with?
Everything. The thing about it is like, okay, you know how there's that guy who is incapable of having a serious conversation with, like, you just can't. Oh man, your mom just died. How do you feel? Oh, you know, a little of this, a little of that. But hey, did you catch the game the other day? I am not that person. That is like not my thing. Like, it's mostly the opposite. Like any of the emails I sent to you, Sam, or something like that, it might be like, here's a joke. By the way, we have to talk about this very serious subject, and I am concerned about it, and I'm feeling horrible about it. Let me just open up to a stranger who really has no idea who the hell I am, and I'm going to tell you about it in detail and how isolated I am in a small little place of Utah. Yeah, you know, that kind of thing. And I started noticing that, like, as time went on and I'm listening to more podcasts, and I would end up saying to my wife the same stories over and over again. It was almost like that kind of semi-senile grandpa that just keeps fine-tuning that big fish story. And so every now and then it just gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. You know, and after a while, when you keep telling your wife this, and after she's sharpening the knife in front of you and like looking at you with those eyes like, yeah, motherfucker, keep talking. Let's just hear this story one more time. And, you know, murder, suicide, and all that fun junk. Then you just got to tell somebody else the story. Otherwise, someone's going to kill you. So I figured that if I could formalize my thoughts down in writing, then I could stop telling the same stories, because I've done it, the due diligence, so I could stop. Slightly obsessive compulsive, not disorder. It's not a disorder if it's not a problem, right? Right. I'm assuming you agree. So the whole premise of all this, thank you. The whole premise of it is that I don't think that in the kind of technology culture that we have now, that real conversations that are deep and difficult happen. And you can kind of see this in like the WNYC lineup recently, where there's all these podcasts that are like The Truth and True Love and Risk and all of these storytelling shows that really focus on getting into the nasty, gritty parts of the human experience. And they're all over the place. The whole idea of like Gimlet Media, when they did their shebang, that they wanted to make this entrepreneurial version so they could actually make money on it instead of doing public radio and making next to nothing, you know, and that whole idea that it's a marketable campaign. And I think that honestly, atheist podcasts have been doing that for a shit ton longer than they ever have. And that those little stories that sneak in NPR or PRX or acronyms have been something that you might catch a glimpse of late in the middle of the night in between some classical music and jazz, you know, which I used to listen to with a little Walkman held up to my ear by the window because it was the only spot in the house that I could pick it up. Yeah, I'm that guy. And you would hear this thing and it would be deep and awesome and make you cry. I cry a lot. It happens. Fine, don't worry about it. But but like the whole point of it is that those kind of conversations you don't see happen as often. And with you guys, I heard that in different variations, you know, and being able to laugh at it and be like, no, like I understand what you're saying, and the words that are coming out of your mouth is that this is bigoted. No. Like, okay, I understand your argument, but no, it's bigoted. Can we address that, please? You know, and dealing with McCune and other aspects like that. You know, you want to be able to tackle into things, and I want to be able to do that with the things that are bouncing around my weird ass head, because if I don't, I'm gonna go crazy. So, you know, it's an effort to stay sane, to reach out to people who might enjoy the conversation. And I have had one patron, my first, who sent me money. Jeff, if you're watching or listening to this sometime later, then I want to thank you personally, because honestly, it's that moment where you're like, oh, there's people listening to this. Oh my God! Because you see the numbers, and as time goes on, it goes up and it goes down and stuff, and it still doesn't feel tangible. But as soon as you get that actual communication from a person who doesn't just like, I like the show, or you're an asshole, or your face looks like a scrotum tied to a donkey's ass, that's getting shot into space. Just saying, you get those kind of things, and you're like, okay, this isn't a person, this is some sort of robot or like a chatbot or something, But when you get a conversation of like, like I really like the show and I had this idea and I want you to think about it because I think that your brain could spit something out that I would think is interesting and would help out my own personal conversation that I've been talking with myself over and over and over and over again. I want to do that. Also, I have had a lot of coffee.
Being out for over 40 hours, you definitely would have a lot of coffee to do that.
That's a better justification
and beer
than I've ever had for anything I have ever done, ever.
Yeah.
Why'd you start a podcast, man? I like to yell.
That's fun too. I enjoy that. And back when I was beer, this one is you win a pumpkin ale, and no, not just stouts. A good ale can be done properly, and I think Uena did okay. It's not the best. It's okay.
I don't know.
But as far as
I find pumpkin spices in an ale really thin it out and give it sort of an acrid aftertaste, and because it's not really based.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not really based on anything. So when you get something like with a little bit more full bodied that has sort of has a complement rather than sort of a complementary flavor rather than just something that's more like it, which is what you get with stouts. And so I think it really works. But then again, I do drink ale, but I'm partial to stouts, so maybe that's just me.
Yeah. I like stouts too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like, it's got to taste like pumpkin pie. If it doesn't taste like pumpkin pie, then it's like somebody got potpourri and then dipped it in someone's beer and then pulled it out and said, he'll never notice. And then they sell that stuff. It tastes like. Mm-hmm. There's a brew that's around here, and I swear to not God that's exactly what happens. Is that we have this raspberry flavor, and then I noticed in the bathroom that the potpourri was gone, and then it was back. Just saying.
All right, I have this practical joke that I've wanted to play on people regarding beer for a long time. I haven't done it yet because I'm just not that mean. Well, yes, I am.
You don't want to ruin beer.
Well, no, it's not. Well, here's the thing: is I hate IPAs for the most part. I just do not care for them. I don't mind hops. I mean, I have problems with them, which is why I tend to stick to dark beer. But the IPA craze is just getting weirder and weirder and weirder as the alpha acid content increases and increases, and they go for higher IBUs, and it's like there's a race for infinite IBUs. So here's my plan: I get 10 pounds of Cascadian hops, and I boil them for an hour alone, and then I take the liquid and I pour a fifth of Stoli in it, and I carbonate it, and I say it's an IPA. And I see if anybody notices.
I'm pretty sure that their tongues are burned out by now because it tastes like mown grass.
Yeah.
And I used to cut lawns for a living for a while, and it's the smell is the same. If you ever want to get a good IPA, just mow your lawn and then get down, especially with this little motor oil, and just lick it a couple times. And it's about the same. It's about the same.
That kind of sounds like the weed tincture that we get from Rich. It's a vodka-based weed tincture, and you put whatever you put it into, it adds a very actual grassy flavor, just like that.
There are IPAs I like. Like Double Mountain's Vaporizer is probably my favorite, but I can have half of one before my head goes nuts. So, it's good, but the thing about that one though is that it's a balance of several different styles of hops with different acid contents. So it ends up being, while being very herby, it ends up being very smooth. Where the Pacific Northwest IPA and now the CDA, it's just like how much Cascadian and American hops can we jam into 1 cubic inch of space?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I have opinions on this or anything.
I've had one IPA I actually found palatable.
No, absolutely not. Neither do I.
That was what was it? Oh, it had bitch in the name.
Didn't we take you to Slippery Pig?
I did not have any IPAs there.
That's all they have.
No, they get a lot of farm beer.
Yeah, they're all called IPAs.
They're not all IPAs.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Anyway, so I had one IPA that I liked, and I actually didn't like the beers at Slippery Pig. Those were all weird.
Well, yeah.
I found them weird, not necessarily good. The one that tasted like a pencil was the one I enjoyed the most. But it was like Angry Bitch IPA from somewhere in Virginia. I had it in DC, and it almost worked. It was kind of mild.
Hoppy Bitch.
Yeah.
Everything here in the Northwest is they want it to hurt.
Well, it's
beer
not
shouldn't hurt.
It's not going away. I mean, it's
getting the sinning out.
Yeah. If we can't get you with the Lord, we'll get you with weird acids in your drink. No, I mean, it's still, IPAs are very popular. You can get them everywhere. Every bar carries them, but there is some diversification going on. I mean, I'm starting to see a lot more, like Red Hot, the hot dog place here in Tacoma used to have like one dark beer and that was it. Now they've got 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
And
out of like 30.
Out of 30, granted. But then the other thing is I'm drinking this tonight. I'm not actually drinking beer. I've been drinking cider the whole night. This is Seattle Cider Company's dry cider, which is the nicest dry cider I've had since they nerfed Strongbow.
Their dry is good, but I love their semi-sweet.
Yeah, everybody likes their semi-sweet.
Yeah.
You and your popular things. You and your consuming oxygen.
And I can't do ciders because they give me really bad acid reflux.
Yeah, that happens.
Like one will give me terrible acid reflux. I'm allergic to apples.
Oh.
Oral allergy syndrome. So I tried it out with a cider and I was like, oh, ouch, that doesn't feel good. So I'm
all right. Shelving my roasted walnut apple cider.
Yeah.
Oh, that would kill me.
Walnuts cause my mouth physical pain. Hurts like a son bitch.
You're supposed to remove the shells.
Oh, fuck.
Very good.
Yeah, I was forgetting something. All right. Not bad. You're all right. You're all right.
Even without
I'm
sleep.
going to punch you when I see you.
Okay, so Jonathan, keep this up. Go a few more days. Before long, you'll start hallucinating. Live stream.
I don't want. I've done that before. I work graveyard shift at a hotel. All right. And there was one time I was working in this little tiny ass town called Green River, and it's several hours away from my house. But they were paying okay, and I didn't do the whole math thing when it came to distance and cost and all that other junk. And I ended up doing 2 shifts in a row because I was the only person in that hotel for 12 hours during my shift. And the managers who were supposed to come in, like, I don't know, they disappeared to Vegas or something, and there was no one to replace me. And so I just stayed. And
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
And so why am I here now? And so I ended up because I didn't sleep beforehand for some weird reason, I don't even know. And I started hearing shit. Oh my God. Like, and it wasn't like, you need to murder them all, murder them. It wasn't like that. It was more like it was just like someone going, hey, excuse me. I have a question. And that was it. Because again, you're in the service industry and someone was talking to you, and like it was that little annoying kid that kept on tapping your shoulder on the right and going to the left, like, oh my God, you can't hit me. It was like that. But I was by myself behind the desk, and I'm like, huh? What? Okay, we're good. I'm doing my and it was twitchy, and then I decided that the wake was to sing because obviously singing full belts in the hotel lobby while there's 100-something people above you sleeping is always a good idea. And so I was singing Shania Twain's "Man, I Feel Like a Woman" because reasons, and so I'm singing this, and at that moment someone comes around the corner, and I'm like, "Man, I feel like a woman," bow, bow. And then they show up, and they're just looking at me like. And they just turned around and left. And so I decided that it was a good idea to stop doing that. And I took to taking naps at work, which is always a good idea.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
Sounds like a better idea than singing "Man, I Feel Like a Woman."
No. That sounds cute.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just got to get in there,
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to learn a trick from my dad. He at the time he was working at his condominium, and then he would immediately have to go to the south side to work a show from like 9 to 2 a.m. and then drive home for an hour and then go to work. And what he said is what he would do in order to stay awake is rolling down the windows in all his car, going down at as fast as he could, and just scream as loud as he could for his and oh my god, that totally works. Sure. Until a cop sees you.
That's true. Yeah. That whole police officer. No, officer, I'm fine. Everything's just that's fine. I'm okay. And I'm just it's okay. That kind of conversation you have with the police officer doesn't end well. They took my keys, so that's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. Who needs to drive anyway? I
could just take the spaceship. Goodbye.
Exactly. They're my good friends, Zebo and Bob, and I don't know what I'm saying right now. God damn it.
Well, it's entertaining. So.
All right. Good. I need to drink more of this so I can slur better and have an explanation as to why. That's always a good idea.
So your commercial.
That's always a good idea.
Yeah.
Zebo and Bob.
Yeah, you have you run a commercial on my show. It has a goat in it.
Yeah, because get your goat, yo.
Is that really?
I don't know. Like, I remember you guys had that ad like a long time ago about venting your spleen.
Yeah.
And there's a goat in there, and I thought this is humor they would appreciate.
Yeah.
So if I put it in there, it's gonna hail to the audience. So why not? That would be a good idea.
No, I caught it. I'm like, is that the Becky goat? I think that's the Becky goat.
Look on her face.
That remains my favorite commercial. I loved doing that commercial. Actually, there was one commercial where for a role-playing game book where I got to yell "pie holes shut" at people.
Does it make you mad? Does it make you want to scream?
Yeah. I like your ad, though. Your ad's great.
Especially
the
sacrifices children, but not sacrificing children. I like that part.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. That's not what I meant. No, I can see how you get confused. They're very closely together, but that little comma matters a lot. I'm telling you.
The Oxford comma means something.
It does. It's the difference between pounding asses and pounding asses. That little comma makes a big difference.
Yeah.
It just does.
Becky wants me to tell you about the most fun I had failing to record a commercial. Is we did one commercial for the what was it? With a steampunk ball for the Center for Sex Positive Culture. And when we were recording that ad, and that's when we were still up in Old Town, I was really, really sick, and I couldn't get a voice actor in time. And so I just took like a whole bunch of cough things. Like if it said it could do anything for decongestion, or as a decongestant, I just shoved it in whatever orifice was appropriate. And and I was about as legally high as you could be. And so I get in there, and so we're recording this, and I've got this copy that's go to the cyberpunk. He's calling it the cyberpunk ball for one thing. And I still do that now. But steampunk ball with the senators for sex positive cooties, sex senators of positive acculturation, sexers of positive cultures. I was like 28 fucking takes. I just couldn't do it, and I would just get it wrong every time. It was always in some way that completely undermined what the organization was about, like every freaking time.
My favorite is when your voice cracks or like you swallow in a weird spot. So it sounds like either there's a layer of sarcasm or you're saying, absolutely, this is the most important thing you could possibly imagine. Or you have that weird, awkward moment where it's like adding a pause before something. And so you're trying to say like, okay, and make sure you go down to 30 North. And it sounds like you've been drinking for a while, but you forget that it was in there. And so it goes through. And so there's like this little email that goes around. Is Jonathan drinking at work? Is this something that's happening right now? No. I had a thing in my throat.
Yeah.
Was it whiskey? No, it was not whiskey else. It was water. I swear to God. Because that's what I used to do for, was it a year and a half, I think? I was actually on, yes, just for a year and a half. I haven't been doing it since, ever. Won't touch this. No, whiskey is a regular, my friend. But it's for Good Times Classic Country. EM 1080 104.9 FM is not a sponsor of this particular broadcast and would probably not want anything to do with it. But that's what I used to do. And I had a morning show on a classic country station in Carbon County. So I had to wear a different kind of hat than I'm wearing now.
Right.
And it was the guy who had been the let's say a couple more times. The person who was running most of the stuff, had most of the experience, who's supposed to be my mentor. He wanted nothing to do with that station because he hated the format. He thought it was awful and he didn't want any part of it. So he basically handed it to me, a young book who had no experience really, except for some college stuff. And was like, here you go. Have fun. Bye-bye. And by the way, you got to write me a bunch of news articles, which I didn't really study. And so it ended up being this weird place. Very strange. My favorite is we had this like, it was one of those like barter bar trading post shows where people call in for stuff they're trying to sell. And my favorite was this guy. He calls in, hey, my name is Hammer, and I need a 410 shotgun because I'm tired of blowing those doves to hell. You hear me? And I was, Hammer. Yeah, that's my name. Mama gave it to me. All right. Hammer needs a 410 shotgun, folks. If you could give me a call at this number, we can make that arranged. Thanks, Hammer, for calling in. All right, Jonathan, I appreciate what you're doing. You keep going on. All right, bye. And here's the thing. Like, Carbon County doesn't really have that kind of slurry accent. I have no idea where this guy's from, honestly. And he calls into the show, and he did so regularly. And it wasn't even like on a satellite feed broadcast or anything. We hadn't set it up yet. And he may have been like a transplant from somewhere else because something. I don't want to make fun of the guy because his name is Hammer and he has a 410 shotgun. So obviously not someone to really piss off. No. But the point of it is that I dealt with on a regular basis, and that was the show. And so I'd make commercials for these guys, and it was just, it took a lot out of me because it was basically running the show entirely by myself and had no real experience to do it. So I ended up washing out more or less, but they changed the format and then got rid of the position and then replaced me with a satellite feed, some dude in Arizona who's doing that thing. And they took our jobs, even though it's probably a white guy because, you know, there you go. A Hispanic-ish person losing a job to a white person. Ah, dang. Racism and economics and other factors not having anything to do with race, but yeah. I don't know where that story was going, but there it is.
In my head, Hammer lives in Baltimore and just really misdialed. That's my story.
But he got his 410 shotgun.
Oh, he did?
He was so appreciative. Yes, he got his 410 shotgun. In that half hour, he called back up and, "Whoo, John, I appreciate what you're doing over here, buddy. You keep on going. I got that 410 shotgun. I'm happier than." And he said some sort of like Southern euphemism that I didn't understand, and I really couldn't even hear what the words were. So I assume it was good, or he wants to kill me. Possibly both.
Perhaps.
Who knows? Ask. And
perhaps but a stump.
Perhaps both. But a stump.
All right, I want
What?
Becky to come in and say hi, so I'm gonna tag out for it.
Okay. Okay. But a stump. What is but a stump?
We're down to just a couple minutes till to get the book. If you want an autographed copy of the Story of God, donate now. Otherwise, we will be doing the random selection.
Is there something like Final Jeopardy for the final minutes?
Nope.
Actually, I have decided that for like at 12:55, I will have Becky and Meredith each pick a number.
I'm not sticking around for another 59 minutes. Oh, 12:55 your time.
Yeah.
My time, yes. Sorry. Because there's a thing where people in every time zone other than Mountain assumes that Mountain doesn't exist.
No, I lived in Mountain Time Zone for like a good 5 years. So
You're in Phoenix. That's like halfway Mountain Time.
yeah, we lived in New Mexico too.
Okay, so you've really actually okay. Yeah.
I mean, for
you're
two
legit.
of those, I was age 0 through 2. But no, I there's weird
gurgling.
Yeah. No, it's Charoset juice. Stop. I do not like the beard noises on the microphone. Although one time I got
Becky,
into
how's this?
Can't really hear
I can't hear it. I can't hear it on your end.
Bummer.
But I was in the
Damn noise
studio
gate.
with I think Dan and Dave and Sam, and they all have beards. Maybe it was just one of them. I don't know. But it was definitely with Dave and with Sam. And I was like, I'm feeling really not good this morning. I'm going to have some saltine crackers with my tea before I get on the air and sit down for the mic. And I realized I just put like 6 saltine crackers in my mouth and ate them. And now I'm about to get in front of the mic. And so Sam's like about to press the record button. And they hear me. And we all drink tea in the studio. Well, Sam and I do. Because it keeps your voice really supple, and when you've only been awake for 2 hours and you're about to get in front of the mic, like you want your vocal cords to be loose and everything. And so you have warm tea. Well, I take a swig of tea and I go like into the microphone and Dave and Sam are wearing headphones and they hear saltine swish directly piped into their ears. So they got it's okay if they get me back by doing their beard scratches on the microphones, I guess, because I swished saltines in their ears. Oh, the trials and tribulations of being audio media producers.
Yeah.
Sam's standing there staring at me, kind of smiling, but he's also like, yeah, that was gross, Becky.
Good. You guys are fucking ace for coming over here for all this time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jonathan, have you been watching since the beginning? Have you been with everyone patiently waiting for your 12th hour?
I haven't been watching everything. I was watching it was my little boy's birthday party. He's not actually turning 4 today. It's going to be on the 27th, but we did his party today. And so we were at the pool because what's better than sleep deprivation, but exhaustion and sleep deprivation. So we were at the pool and we did that. And then I got back around like 5. And so I came to check in on the feed to see how things are going because like in retrospect, I feel like I drastically overprepared for this because I was so nervous and thinking of like, oh my god, I'm gonna talk to the people. It's gonna be so awesome. I just so excited. I just inhaler. And that's the way I was feeling. And
I've already
so
had to
then
take an
I
inhaler
tuned
tonight. You're in good company.
Oh, that's good. Asthma. What? So it's I tuned into this part where I forget the name of the podcast, but all I know that she was a sex worker, and we were talking about putting a Nokia phone, I think, up into various orifices. And I thought to myself, "Oh, I can do this. This is okay. I think I'll be fine. I'll be okay."
Former pro dom.
Like all this, like over planning. Okay. Yes.
Former pro dom.
I will go with that. Former pro dom. All right.
It's like a former wrestler, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking of former, though, John, aren't you a former chocolatier?
Yes. I am a former chocolatier.
Sounds like mouseketeer or something like that, or
but swears a lot more. Yeah. And there's more like brown stuff smothered all over the place, and
it really depends on the mouse.
It was a dark time. That's true. Everyone has dark phases, like the whole Britney Spears thing after, birth. It's one of those. It's one of those. But yeah, it was a fun business. It was enjoyable. I ate a lot of our profits. I got into business with a guy who I lent my car to, and for I think it was about a year, when he returned it to me, he didn't get insurance or get it registered. And so when I drove it to work the next day, I got arrested and put in jail for about 5 hours because it hadn't been, it was fun. I got to meet this really nice man who was going to be my cellmate for a little while. And I was talking to him for a minute. And then in the middle of the conversation, he stops, wraps himself in a sheet like a mummy, and kind of goes fetal position and rolls in the corner. So I thought, okay, that's a weird way to end a conversation, but I'm going to go look out the window now and contemplate my life and how I got to this point. And so as I'm standing on the stool looking out at the window, I look back to see what he's doing, and he was taking care of his personal needs rather vigorously in the bottom bunk. And I thought, so this is how I get raped. Fun. I didn't know this was going to happen, but
wow.
But at that point, you weren't. I mean, you'd rather have
like
him...
full-on masturbation going. Well, he was taking care of his own needs, so I figured he would be fine,
right?
On his own, doing his own thing.
You'd at least be safe during the refractory period.
I'm really, really trying to draw away from the mechanics of your cellmate at this point. But I'm really curious that in Utah, you can actually be jailed for a failure to register your car.
If it was over a period of time, and apparently there was a court summons involved that I didn't deal with properly, and
crazy.
it was a series of mistakes, and it was entirely my fault. The guy masturbating, also possibly my fault, but maybe it's just because that ass. It's just there. I'm going to blame the part of my Latino heritage, which is, its own thing. And in fact, like my genealogy is all over the place. Like there's 8 different nationalities that I claim. Seven, sorry. So there's Scottish, German, Danish, sorry. Tarahumara Indian, which is like the Yucatan Peninsula, Aztec, and Cherokee, and I'm forgetting one. Oh, Blackmore. So that's my family line. Yeah. We're a bunch of rebels.
Nice.
That's a thing. Well, that has nothing to do with chocolatiering, but anyhow, so chocolatiering, yes, I used to do a chocolate business. It went under because that same guy couldn't hold down a job to help feed the thing because it wasn't quite solvent. We had to keep it afloat more or less, just basically giving ourselves loans from our own personal pocket so we can earn it back. And then I messed up the business model, but it tanked and we lost a bunch of money, and I still owe a Greek a favor. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's something to do with the guy in the jail. I don't know. Who knows?
But you count that as the
why are we talking about
opportunity for growth, right? That's not a failure.
And
Depends
your
on who's
business
gross.
partner, was that
It's
the
one
guy?
kind of growth, yes.
Was the business partner the guy that was masturbating in the jail?
No, you missed that non-connection there. No.
No, it wasn't. Although
Okay.
I could understand the confusion. He may have. I don't know. The guy's a douchebag, and I hate him very much.
The
We'll
cellmate
just
or
put it
the
that much.
business partner?
No, the cellmate's fine. He was taking care of himself. Be sex positive, you know. That
Right.
former sex. No judgment here, except for I think it's fucking awesome. And also the guy was masturbating. You know, who knows how long he was there? Maybe he had like penciled in for 4 o'clock to take care of old Winky. I don't know how his day goes. It could be anything. And I don't want to mess that up because if you're going to be cellmates together, you want to establish a pattern and follow that pattern to the end. Even, you know, if it happens to be, just look out the window while he takes care of himself and, you know, move on your day. That's fine.
But you remember,
I forgot
in
where I was
case
going
he
with
ever
that.
runs for office and ends up being a very sex negative person, like Dan Savage has done with his former college roommate, Rick Santorum, who, when he said he never masturbated ever in his life, Dan said, I shared a room with him. Yes, he did.
Okay.
Dan Savage
Proof
is
positive.
awesome.
Yes. I could be the debunker of the bottom bunk masturbator. And there he's got a title now. Congratulations.
There is a D bunker and the bottom bunk and all. There's something in there. Like that's the name of at least a chapter of your memoirs.
I'm pretty sure it was his hand. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure.
So you said you were going to have us do something
could we
at
do it some-
11:50 or 12:55 or 11:50. It's now reading 11:56 on our end, Dustin.
On
I got 12:55.
I like your end because mine says that we still have a little bit. So,
Okay.
Becky, pick a number between 1 and 9.
No, I don't get to pick the magic number 18.
The magic number is 69.
You're fucking up my numerology. Between 1 and 9, I'm going to go with. Well, does it have to be an integer?
Yes.
Oh,
Damn
The
it!
whole integer.
It was like 9. I was 8.9 repeating.
That would be 9.
That would be 9.
Okay, so we have 9.
Well, you said between 1 and 9, so it can't actually be 9. This is limited
9
or
is the
inclusive.
maximum. 1 is the minimum number you can select. 9 is the maximum number you can select.
8.9 repeating.
Okay, so 9. And Meredith?
Meredith, what
Yeah,
number do
we're
you want?
6.
She wants 5.9 repeating.
Okay, so we have 6 and 9. So that means that Tucker Drake won 1 copy of the book. And
I chose 6. Totally 69.
Wesley won
Severe
another
concentration.
I didn't get a first one, goddammit.
You really didn't?
No.
He didn't send you one? He mailed
No.
you. Did you not send him your address?
I thought I did.
Huh. Weird. Okay, so
Who else is getting books? Who's the other two?
Alex Goodlive and
Who has the most awesome name
Chris
ever?
Tanner.
Okay. I'm donating my copy to Meredith. So
Okay.
it can be addressed to her.
You don't have a copy.
I don't have one
And I
either.
live with you.
Well, I know, so we get to share.
That seems unfair.
Meredith is on the record as saying that sharing seems unfair.
But me-
Not what I said. You're twisting my words.
should we mansplain it?
Should I dump my cider on you?
That is a waste of good cider. Thank you very much.
They argue that it's a waste of good cider.
It is.
Okay,
This is
so I will
pancake
be
cider?
giving
No, this is the.
I will get names and addresses to Chris Matheson tomorrow because I am not doing that tonight because I'm fucking tired and I'm looking forward to
You're a little sleepy.
broadcast button.
Is it? Are you too tired to? Are you too sleepy to kick Cancer's ass?
No,
absolutely not.
No, we are. It's not kicking.
You got my
Cancer's
$15
ass.
for my son.
Fucking
Yes.
Cancer.
Yeah, that was so sweet.
In the ass.
If you
Like
still wanna
my
donate,
roommate might have.
You
In
can
the ass,
still
just
do
like the
it at-
Nokia phone.
Go to atheistnomads.com/live. The page will still be there. You can still donate money to help fight cancer because blood cancers suck and they need to die. And we need better treatments. And the only way to do that is to raise more money to help fund those treatments. And those patients need support, and that costs money. And
That's right.
cancer
Cancer needs to
fucking
die, just like the battery on the Nokia phone.
Hooray, people! Boo, Cancer.
And
I'm
the-
desperately
there's one
trying
word-
to move away from that.
And on this topic, there is one word that or term I want to have also.
Which
die,
topic?
Like cancer, and that is a cure for cancer. There is no fucking such thing. There is no cure for cancer. There is no way to cure cancer because cancer is not a singular thing. Every single cancer is caused by a slightly different mutation in that person's genome. That is that person's body turning against them. There is no cure. We just need to find better ways to kill it, to fight it. We have to keep the fight up. The whole concept, the whole goal of a cure for cancer, that is bullshit.
Well,
But
when you have
better
things like
treatments is a serious, legitimate thing.
and prevention, when you find out that certain cancers are caused or contributed by things like, well, Hanford or things like human papillomavirus. And hey, you don't need a cure for cancer if you can just prevent the virus that causes most of the cervical and throat cancers. Sweet.
Yeah. And quitting smoking is a wonderful way to avoid so much cancer risk. There are so many things we can do in our daily lives to cut down on the risk. And that is an awesome thing because prevention is always better than treatment.
And knowing is half the battle.
Isn't
And
it
on
like
that
a
note-
pinch of prevention versus a pound of cure? Except for it's a British term. So isn't that as good,
That's
obviously?
not pinch or pound.
Was it a penny? Was it a pound? I actually have one listener in Denmark. Just one. And I don't know your name, and I apologize because
It
you're
might
cool,
be Roger.
bro. I don't know who that is, but if it is, you're cool, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, Denmark uses the
Even though
euro,
I don't think that's their turn of phrase.
and England has the pound.
Yeah. See, now he'd be very offended that I confused him with that because I'm not thinking clearly. I'm going to blame the booze and the exhaustion and the tired. So I'm sorry, bro. I keep saying bro.
Okay, Jonathan, get some sleep. I'm going
Jonathan,
to get.
you're seriously, you're all right, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us for the final hour.
I appreciate it.
Much appreciated. You helped us in our fight to kick cancer's ass.
All right. We'll do our best. And we threw in that $15 for my little boy because we have his Yahoo savings jar, and I wanted to make sure that he learns how to give as well as to spend and to save. You know, coming from an economics and business background myself. So
you are
he's
an
got that $15, and I think I clicked the wrong button, but yes. As I said before, several times, I cannot be held culpable for the things that fall out of my mouth hole. It's just, I'm sorry. I just can't do it, man.
Oh, man. Wesley, as always, thank you. And Sam and Becky, thank you so much.
Happy to have been here. Sam? Oh. You say goodnight.
And Meredith, thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Meredith.
Good night.
Yay.
Night. I am ending this broadcast. We are 2 minutes over.
All
So
right.
much shame. To our 2 viewers, you guys are awesome for hanging in to the very end. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I love you all. And I am tired. Farewell.
Bye, bye, bye.